Chapter 2331, 2331 3 Pure One's Jade Manual. 2331 3 Pure One's Jade Manual. You're the book Immortal? Although the plain-robed woman did not reply, Su Zimo was still surprised when he heard Xie Tianhong's shout and could not help but ask. Why? I don't look befitting? Yun Zhu smiled and asked instead. Su Zimo replied, No, I'm merely surprised to meet you in Avicii. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I'm also surprised at the fact that the person who stood in to help me at the Immortal sect selection was one of the legendary 4 great fairies, the book Immortal. The legendary 4 great fairies? We're not that high and mighty. Yun Zhu teased, furthermore, you know 3 of the 4 great fairies. At the Immortal sect selection, the Zither Immortal and the Painting Immortal even fought over you. You must be joking, fellow Taoist. Su Zimo broke out in sweat. He knew that Yun Zhu had only mentioned it casually and did not take it to heart. Su Zimo had interacted with 3 of the 4 great fairies before. Although the 3 of them were peerless beauties with devastatingly alluring faces, their personalities, styles, temperaments and character were different. Zither Immortal Meng Yao was arrogant, cold and extremely vengeful. Painting Immortal Mo Qing was quiet and indifferent, as though she did not take anything to heart. No matter who it was, she was lukewarm to them and would not get close to anyone. As for Book Immortal Yun Zhu, she had a gentle personality. When speaking to her, one would feel comfortable and could not help but relax. Book Immortal Yun Zhu exuded a noble aura that even exceeded the other 2 fairies. This aura did not stem from her background, status, or appearance. This was something that was consolidated after reading countless poems and ancient books and was indescribable. When Su Zimo was young, he once read a poem describing the radiant aura of a scholar. Now, from the Book Immortal, he truly experienced that radiance. He had already seen 3 of the 4 great fairies and did not know what sort of a person the Chess Immortal would be like. What are you thinking about? Right then, when Yun Zhu saw Su Zimo fall silent, she suddenly asked, Are you wondering about the Chess Immortal? You can even guess that? Su Zimo was surprised. Yun Zhu smiled. It's just a wild guess. As for the Chess Immortal, she only likes 2 things in her life. One is chess and the other is combat. If she notices you, you only have 2 choices. You can either play a game of chess with her or fight her. It's better for me not to meet her. Su Zimo chuckled bitterly. On second thought, he recalled something and asked in a seemingly casual manner, Fellow Taoist Yun Zhu, where are you from? Yun Zhu was smart. The moment Su Zimo asked that question, she could guess what he was thinking. There's no need to guess. Yun Ting is my younger brother. Yun Zhu said. Su Zimo coughed gently. Indeed, he had that guess in his heart. However, he was too embarrassed to ask her directly, therefore he chose an indirect approach. To think that Yun Zhu would be so direct. Back then, I did not know that he went to the emperor's tomb. Yun Zhu said, No matter what, I have to thank you for showing mercy in the emperor's tomb. It's not to that extent, I only defeated him by luck. Su Zimo recalled that battle. Apart from the power of his bloodline, he had almost released all his foundational methods before finally defeating Yun Ting. That was also the most difficult battle he had encountered since he ascended. At the mention of that, Su Zimo could not help but recall the jade talisman that he had kept in his storage bag for many years. It was the item that Prince Yuanzhua valued the most and was also something he fought with Yun Ting for. What's the use of that jade talisman? Su Zimo asked, I heard that it has something to do with a taboo mystic classic. Yun Zhu said, It's a rather famous taboo mystic classic and is a cultivation technique that the longevity great emperor cultivated in the previous era. It's called the 3 Pure One's Jade Manual. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. It was a cultivation technique cultivated by a great emperor. Yunju continued, as the name implies, there are 3 jade manuals for the 3 pure ones. They are the Supreme Pure, Jade Pure and Grand Pure Jade manuals. After the Longevity Great Emperor passed away, the 3 pure ones Jade manual dispersed and passed through the hands of different cultivators. Many years later, it finally gathered in the hands of an immortal emperor. This immortal emperor was the one in the emperor's tomb. Unfortunately, he could not advance further and suffered a terrifying curse, dying on the spot. It said that this immortal emperor knew that he did not have long to live. Before his death, he placed the 3 pure ones Jade manual in 3 different ruins and left it for fated people. To be precise, this Jade talisman is related to one of the ruins. There should be more than one such Jade talisman. No one knows who will finally obtain the Jade manuals after entering the ruins. Su Zimo exhaled deeply. It was only now that he understood the meaning behind the Jade talisman. Yunju continued, from what I know, the Supreme Pure and Grand Pure Jade manuals already have owners. It's still a mystery who has the Supreme Pure Jade manual. However, the Grand Pure Jade manual is in the hands of a Heaven Immortal expert in the Grand Firmament Immortal domain. Only the Jade Pure Jade manual has yet to appear. If I'm not wrong, the Jade talisman you obtained should be related to the ruin of the Jade Pure Jade manual. Yunju paused for a moment before continuing, every single one of the 3 pure ones Jade manual is a supreme immortal cultivation technique. It's not difficult for anyone who obtains one of them to cultivate to the perfected immortal realm, and there's even a high chance they can become an immortal king. If one's talent and opportunities are enough, there's a high chance they can advance to the emperor realm. Furthermore, it's said that after the 3 pure ones Jade manual is fused into one, there will be even more mysterious changes. Back then, the Longevity Great Emperor comprehended this profound meaning and was able to live a long life. Su Zimo said, there has been no reaction ever since this Jade talisman was with me. Wait patiently. Yunju told him everything she knew about the Jade talisman without hiding anything. May I ask what you're doing in Avicii, fellow Daoist? Su Zimo put away the matter of the Jade talisman for the time being and asked. There are many secrets about the infinite Great Emperor. Yunju said, I've read some records about him, but there are many blanks. Therefore, I'm very curious about him and want to look for some answers in Avicii. The secrets of the infinite Great Emperor? Su Zimo frowned slightly. Yunju said, for example, what was the original intention of establishing Avicii? I heard that it's to suppress evil. Perhaps, perhaps not. To that, Yunju did not say much, nor did she have an answer. After a while, when she saw that Su Zimo seemed to be unfamiliar with the environment and terrain and was merely running around, she could not help but ask, don't you know anything about Avicii? No. Su Zimo shook his head. I don't even know what the purple snakes I encountered previously and the poisonous scorpions that surrounded you were. They are all living beings of hell transformed from malevolent ghosts of this place. Yunju replied confusedly before thinking to herself, he has the hell suppression tripod. How does he know nothing about Avicii? After a brief pause, she continued, if I'm not wrong, the hell suppression tripod should be with you, right? When he heard that, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and his expression changed slightly. Fairy Yunju was even almost thrown off his back. Chapter 2332, 2332 Nobody Can Leave. 2332 Nobody Can Leave. Ever since Foam Cantillon escaped from Absolute Thunder City and used the Hell Suppression Tripod, Su Zimo rarely used this weapon because he was worried that he would be recognized. Back in the Immortal Sect selection, he did not use the Hell Suppression Tripod even when he was hunted by more than 100 execution guards. This was a secret that he had hidden deeply. To think that book Immortal Yunju would know about this. What, you even want to silence me? Lying on Su Zimo's back, Yunju could clearly feel his muscles tense up and she could not help but chuckle. Their cheeks were very close and he could smell Yunju's fragrant breath as she spoke. Su Zimo felt a ripple in his heart and remained silent. Don't be nervous. Yunju patted Su Zimo on the shoulder gently. I've read many books and know more about the infinite great emperor. Therefore, after I heard about the battle at Absolute Thunder City, I vaguely guessed that the bronze square tripod that appeared might be the legendary Hell Suppression Tripod. Even immortal kings might not be able to recognize the Hell Suppression Tripod. After all, it's been way too long. Su Zimo asked, then how do you know that the Hell Suppression Tripod is with me? Back when Yun Ting returned from the Emperor's tomb, he described the details of your fight to me. He said that although the Buddhist techniques you released were clearly cultivation techniques of the lower worlds, they were extremely powerful. Furthermore, your essence spirit was extremely strong and you could release 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession. Yunju said, no matter how I thought about it, the only way to refine your essence spirit and empower the Buddhist techniques to such a great extent is through the Prajna Nirvana Sutra cultivated by the infinite great emperor back then. From what I know, this cultivation technique is etched on the inner walls of the Hell Suppression Tripod. Although Su Zimo did not say anything, he was extremely impressed. The fact that Yunju could deduce so many things based on some clues was indeed impressive. At the same time, Su Zimo was relieved when he saw how honest Yunju was. If Yunju truly had other intentions, there was no need for her to say anything. Instead, her actions would alert him and attract his attention. What else do you know? Su Zimo asked. Yunju said, because of the Hell Suppression Tripod, none of the living beings in Avicii dare to approach you. Pausing for a moment, Yunju asked in confusion, however, based on my speculation, you possess the Hell Suppression Tripod and you know the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. You should be able to control Avicii. Why do you know nothing about this place? Control Avicii? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. But soon, he understood the reason. The Hell Suppression Tripod was the key to Avicii. Furthermore, he knew the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and possessed the Hell Suppression Tripod. It was equivalent to inheriting the inheritance of the infinite great emperor. Therefore, it was only logical for him to take over Avicii. What can you sense when your spirit consciousness surges into the Hell Suppression Tripod? Yunju asked again. I can only sense 4 sacred souls half asleep. Everything else is chaos. Su Zimo did not hide anything. Yunju might know more about Avicii, the infinite great emperor and even the Hell Suppression Tripod than him. Yunju pondered for a moment and analyzed, perhaps your essence spirit realm is not high enough. Back then, the Hell Suppression Tripod was an emperor weapon after all. Even if it was damaged and its cultivation realm fell, it still contained the spirit consciousnesses of the sacred souls and could be considered as a sentient dharmic treasure. You can try again if your essence spirit is able to reach the perfected one realm. The two of them conversed, but Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks. Even though he was carrying someone on his back, he was still extremely fast and his breathing was steady. In that short period of time, there were less than 10 people chasing after him and the rest had already died in the desert. Apart from the 2 perfected immortals, the remaining few people, Xia Tianhong included, could not hold on for much longer either. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, Xia Tianhong let out a deep growl and paused in his tracks. Avicii was way too huge and boundless with a complex terrain. He realized that he could not catch up to Su Zimo no matter what. Along the way, he could only watch as the people around him fell one after another and the number of people remaining decreased. Once fear was born, it could not be suppressed. Xia Tianhong did not want to continue chasing. He wanted to leave. He had had enough of the atmosphere and environment here. Continue chasing. I'll leave first. Xia Tianhong took out a teleportation jade badge from his storage bag and crushed it. An incomparably domineering spatial power burst forth and shook the void. The void where the jade badge shattered distorted and caved in slightly. However, everything returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Nothing changed. Xia Tianhong was stunned. How did this happen? Xia Tianhong looked at perfected immortal imperial dragon and perfected immortal Jingyu and said instinctively, didn't they say that there are cracks in Avicii and even a heaven immortal demon beast managed to escape? The two perfected immortals exchanged glances and their hearts sank as well. If this teleportation jade badge could not tear through the space here and take Xia Tianhong away, it meant that neither of them could leave either. Even immortal kings could not leave this place. Xia Tianhong was not the only one flustered, perfected immortal Jingyu and perfected immortal imperial dragon were as well. Right then, a few cultivators at the side suddenly fell into a sand pit and were dragged in by the poisonous scorpions beneath the desert, letting out tragic cries. The longer they delayed, the further they were from Su Zimo. Many poisonous scorpions closed in secretly and attacked. Perfected immortal imperial dragon hollered, let's leave this place first. Perfected immortal imperial dragon grabbed Xia Tianhong's arm and released his blood qi, speeding in the direction Su Zimo left in. On the other side. Although Su Zimo did not stop, he noticed the commotion behind him. Avicii should be a trap. Suddenly, Yunju said, there might not be any cracks in Avicii. You mean to say that all the cultivators that enter now will be trapped in Avicii? Su Zimo asked with a frown. Not trapped, but buried here. Yunju said in a deep voice, you have the hell suppression tripod and can protect yourself in Avicii. However, everyone else will suffer the frenzied attacks of the living beings of hell and die here without being able to escape. During this period of time, more than 100,000 cultivators from all over the heavenly world have entered Avicii. A single rumor was enough to bury 100,000 living beings in Avicii. Why would anyone make use of Avicii to set up such a trap? Su Zimo asked again. Yunju shook her head. I don't know either. How's your legs? Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled that Yunju was stung by a poisonous scorpion and looked down instinctively. Yunju's feet and legs were clearly more swollen than before. Although it was through her shoes and clothes, one could still vaguely see that her flesh was already greenish-black. His injuries were clearly worsening. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, we have to find a place to stop and cut open the wound to release the poisoned blood. Chapter 2333, 2333 Guidance of the Ice Butterfly. 2333 Guidance of the Ice Butterfly. At that moment, the two perfected immortals and Xia Tianhong were still chasing behind. After all, perfected immortals cultivated Dao fruits and used true essence to refine their flesh. Even without using divine powers or secret skills, their movement techniques were not weaker than the green lotus true body. It was not easy for Su Zimo to shake off Xia Tianhong and the other two completely. However, the poison injuries on Yunju's body would not last long. At that thought, Su Zimo slowed down gradually with a killing intent. Perfected immortals were an entire major cultivation realm above him while the Green Lotus true body had just advanced to grade 11 and had yet to grow to its peak. Even in melee combat, he might not be able to fight against perfected immortal experts. However, if he made use of the Hell Suppression Tripod and took them by surprise, he would have a chance to kill the two perfected immortals. Almost all divine weapons and dermic treasures could not be used in Avicii. The moment they were taken out, they would be tainted by the Avicii Fiend Chi and lose their sharpness and dermic powers. However, the Avicii Fiend Chi could not affect the Hell Suppression Tripod at all. Right now, Su Zimo could not make use of the dermic powers in the Hell Suppression Tripod. However, he could rely on its indestructibility to smash two perfected immortals to death. No matter how strong the flesh of a perfected immortal was, it could not defend against the sharpness of the Hell Suppression Tripod. What do you want to do? Sensing that Su Zimo had slowed down, Yunzhu could not help but whisper, "Perfected immortals have condensed Dao fruits and refined their bodies and bloodlines with true essence. The power released by every single move of a perfected immortal expert is not weaker than supreme divine powers. Your cultivation realm is too low. Even if your body is strong and you're ferocious in melee combat, it'll be difficult for you to kill two perfected immortal experts. It's too risky." Su Zimo remained silent. Yunzhu was right. However, while he would not be affected even if he continued running without getting rid of the trouble behind him, Yunzhu might die from the poison. Right then, a white spot of light flew over at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The white spot of light seemed to be heading towards him. The living beings in Avicii would keep their distance from him. Why would anything take the initiative to approach him? In the blink of an eye, the white spot of light approached. Su Zimo focused his gaze and could not help but freeze. It was a white butterfly that looked extremely similar to the one at Fairy Mo Qing's side. Ice butterfly? When Yunzhu saw the white butterfly, she quickly recognized the origin of its bloodline. Su Zimo murmured softly, "This ice butterfly seems to be the one at the side of senior sister Mo Qing. Could senior sister Mo Qing be in Avicii as well?" The ice butterfly circled around Su Zimo before flying in the direction it came from. Before it flew far, it stopped and turned to look at Su Zimo. It was clear that it wanted Su Zimo to follow it. "Let's take a look over there," Yunzhu said softly. "But your injuries," Su Zimo looked worried. "It's fine, I can still hold out for a while," Yunzhu said. "If fellow Daoist Mo Qing is trapped here as well, you have to help her. Furthermore, with fellow Daoist Mo Qing around, the two perfected immortals behind us might not dare to attack you." "All right." Su Zimo nodded and changed directions, following the ice butterfly forward. Naturally, Xia Tianhong and the other two were still hot on his tail. Before long, a boundless black mountain range appeared before them, as though it was gathered in the desert. There was a cave at the foot of the mountain that resembled the mouth of a gigantic beast, and the ice butterfly flew in. Su Zimo followed suit. After passing through a tunnel, his vision cleared up as though he had passed through a water barrier. To think that there was another world. This should be in the middle of the Black Mountain peak. The middle of the mountain formed a gigantic space that seemed to be formed naturally without any signs of artificial intervention. Su Zimo carried Yunzhu on his back. The moment he entered, he looked around and could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He was on guard. Swish! 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 After Su Zimo and Yunzhu entered, countless gazes landed on them. There were scrutiny, hostility, killing intent and probing. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw Yunzhu's appearance. They glared at her intently as though they wanted to skin her alive. Yunzhu was beautiful and had an outstanding aura. Because she was injured from the poison, she looked weaker. It was an appearance that tugged at their heartstrings. Although Su Zimo could not use his spirit consciousness to scan in Avicii, he could roughly deduce that the thousands of cultivators in this cave should be from the Fiend domain. For cultivators of the Fiend domain, their gazes, auras, expressions and everything else were different from cultivators of the Nine Firmament Immortal domain and the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries. Su Zimo could not tell the cultivation realms of the other party as well. However, cultivators who dared to enter Avicii were at least heaven immortals. There were more than 10 cultivators who were surrounded by thousands of cultivators. It was evident that their statuses were different. Their auras were terrifying, and there was a high chance that they were perfected immortal experts. Over there. Yunzhu felt disgusted by the thousands of fiend cultivators staring at her. She pointed in the direction of the ice butterfly and reminded softly. Su Zimo turned around. Opposite the thousands of cultivators, on the other side of the cave, a woman in snow-white robes stood quietly with an indifferent and calm expression, out of place with the sinister surroundings. She merely stood there motionlessly like a beautiful painting. Painting Immortal Mo Qing. The ice butterfly returned to Mo Qing's side and landed on her shoulder. Senior Sister Mo Qing. Su Zimo carried Yunzhu on his back and hurried to Mo Qing's side, shouting. Mo Qing turned to look at Su Zimo and nodded slightly. Thereafter, her gaze landed on Yunzhu and she frowned slightly in confusion. You guys. Su Zimo and Yunzhu looked a little intimate. Yunzhu explained hurriedly, I was surrounded by the poisonous scorpions outside earlier on and was injured, unable to move. Fellow Taoist Su was the one who saved me. Oh. Mo Qing replied indifferently. Senior Sister, why did this ice butterfly? Su Zimo was puzzled and could not help but ask. Mo Qing said, Little Butterfly said that she sensed your aura, so I asked her to bring you over and hide here. Su Zimo noticed something unusual about this place as well. There were no traces of living beings from hell in the cave, as though they could be isolated outside. Your cultivation isn't high. Why are you here? It's so dangerous. Mo Qing glanced at Su Zimo. Although her tone was reproachful, it was not harsh and no one would feel uncomfortable hearing it. Mo Qing had no other intentions. In her opinion, Su Zimo was her junior brother. As a senior sister, there were some things she had to say. However, at the thought that none of the cultivators here could leave this place, there was no need for her to blame Su Zimo. Su Zimo coughed gently and did not explain. He had the hell suppression tripod with him and there was probably no one in Avicii who could move around as safely as he could. Yunzhu naturally knew that as well. She could not help but purse her lips and smile. Lowering her head slightly, she whispered into Su Zimo's ear, Fellow Taoist Su, your senior sister is worried about you. Initially, Yunzhu merely wanted to tease Su Zimo. Worried that Mo Qing would hear it, she naturally moved closer. The warmth beside Su Zimo's ears brought about an itchy sensation. Accompanied by a fragrance, his heart could not help but skip a beat as he blushed. Chapter 2334, 2334 White Bones Sect. 2334 White Bones Sect. Su Zimo knew that Yunzhu did it unintentionally. He composed himself hurriedly and tilted his head slightly. Right then, perfected Immortal Jingyu, perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon and Xia Tianhong barged in as well. When they saw the scene here, the thousands of fiend cultivators gathered were stunned for a moment with grim expressions. Perfected Immortal Jingyu and perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon exchanged glances and quickly noticed something unusual about this place. This place did not seem to be attacked by living beings of hell. However, there were thousands of fiend cultivators here and all of them were menacing and reeked of blood. It was clear that they were not friendly people. Su Zimo is over there. The moment Xia Tianhong caught sight of Su Zimo, he ground his teeth in hatred. If not for that person, why would he be trapped here and in danger? His status, all his trump cards and the thousands of troops of Spirit Cloud County were useless in Avicii. Your Highness, don't be hasty. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon said in a low voice, the painting Immortal is here as well. She's also a cultivator of Heaven and Earth Academy like Su Zimo. If we attack now, we might not win. The book Immortal, Yunzhu, was poisoned and lost her combat strength. The low-level Heaven Immortal, Su Zimo, was also negligible. If they were up against the painting Immortal alone, perfected Immortal Jingyu and perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon should be able to win if they joined forces. However, there was a group of fiend cultivators watching them covetously and the two perfected Immortals did not dare to act rashly. If they were to fight and end up with an internecine outcome, the fiend cultivators would swarm forward and they would not even have the chance to escape or resist. Xia Tianhong gradually calmed down as well. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he nodded. The two perfected immortals pondered for a moment and walked toward Su Zimo. No matter what, Su Zimo, painting Immortal Mo Qing and book Immortal Yun Zhu were from the divine firmament Immortal domain. The fiend cultivators on the other end were murderous and had hostile expressions. Xia Tianhong and the other two would not foolishly take the initiative to approach either. Xia Tianhong and the other two arrived not far away from Su Zimo and the others. Without greeting them, they sat down to cultivate and recuperate. Su Zimo looked at Xia Tianhong and the other two and frowned slightly. Don't worry, with fellow Taoist Mo Qing and the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect present, they won't dare to act rashly. Yun Zhu said softly. White Bones sect. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the group of fiend cultivators on the other side of the cave. 16 cultivators stood in the middle of the thousands of fiend cultivators. Among the 16 cultivators, there was a beautiful middle-aged woman and an old man who seemed to have higher statuses. Right in the middle, there was only a man sitting there. Even the beautiful middle-aged woman and old man stood beside him with their hands by their sides, as though they were obeying this person. Beside the man's seat stood a gigantic black flag that depicted a human-shaped skeleton in a lotus position. It was sinister and extremely terrifying. White Bones sect is an extremely powerful faction in the fiend domain. Yun Zhu said, the founder of White Bones sect was born in the Infinite Era and cultivated the White Bones Fiend Sutra. At the level of an emperor, he was known as the White Bones Fiend Emperor and was extremely powerful. Later on, he was suppressed by the Infinite Great Emperor. In the Infinite Era, White Bones sect was already destroyed by the Infinite Great Emperor. However, in this generation, a fiend cultivator who cultivated the White Bones Fiend Sutra appeared out of nowhere and re-established this ancient fiend sect. Right now, that fiend cultivator is known as Sect Master White Bones and is rank 10 on the perfected fiend ranking. It's said that the White Bone Fiend Sutra he cultivated is incomplete. Therefore, he can't unleash the full power of this fiend technique. Yun Zhu had read a lot of books and the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom's library gathered news from all over the world. She had some understanding of the various factions and figures of the heavenly world. For example, Fairy Mo Qing was in seclusion in Heaven and Earth Academy all year round and was obsessed with painting. She did not even know much about many other sects and factions of the Nine Firmament Immortal domain, let alone White Bones sect in the Fiend domain. It's White Bones sect. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Although they did not recognize the background of the fiend cultivators, they had heard of the name of Sect Master White Bones. Rank 10 on the Perfected Fiend ranking. There were only 10 spots on the Perfected Fiend ranking. Although Sect Master White Bones seemed like he was at the bottom, the White Bones Fiend Sutra he cultivated was merely an incomplete version. It was clear how terrifying his methods were. Furthermore, neither Perfected Immortal Jingyu, Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon or even the book Immortal and Painting Immortal could reach the 10th spot of the Perfected Immortal ranking. The reason why the book Immortal and Painting Immortal were famous was not because of their combat strength. Furthermore, battles for the Perfected Immortal ranking generally did not end with death. However, it was different for the Perfected Fiend ranking. In the Fiend domain, every single spot on the Perfected Fiend ranking was piled with endless blood and corpses and was filled with killing. Even at the bottom, experts of the Perfected Fiend ranking possessed heaven-defying combat strength and were extremely terrifying. Yun Zhu whispered, if we're not in Avicii and there's no essence spirit restriction, I might be able to fight against Sect Master White Bones if I join forces with fellow Taoist Mo Qing. Yun Zhu did not continue, but Su Zimo understood. In Avicii, even if they joined forces with Perfected Immortal Jingyu and Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon, they would not be a match for Sect Master White Bones, let alone her and Mo Qing. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the man sitting among the fiend cultivators. The person wore a pitch-black cloak and his cheeks were scrawny. His eyes were sunken and he wielded a bone saber that was propped on the ground. It was white all over and shone with a cold glint. Su Zimo raised his brow. Even the sentient dermic treasures of perfected immortals would be corroded and lose their dermic powers if they were exposed in a Vici. However, that bone saber was still sharp. That saber. Yunju's gaze focused as she murmured, could it be the emperor weapon of the White Bones Fiend Emperor in the past? By obtaining that bone saber, it means that Sect Master White Bones might have already obtained the inheritance of the White Bones Fiend Emperor here. Indeed, no one in this cave could match a peerless perfected fiend with an emperor weapon. Furthermore, he had thousands of fiend cultivators by his side. Just as Su Zimo was observing Sect Master White Bones, the beautiful middle-aged woman beside him winked at Su Zimo with a smile. She even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips in a flirtatious manner. Such a simple bewitchment technique had no effect on Su Zimo at all. In fact, he felt a little disgusted. Compared to the naturally charming Demoness Ji, the beautiful middle-aged woman before him was like a pink skeleton in Su Zimo's eyes. The two people beside Sect Master White Bones are his protectors and are both top-tier perfected fiend experts. Yunju said, the old man on the left is called Old Man Skeleton. The beautiful middle-aged woman who seduced you is called Madame Jade Bones. She loves handsome men and has countless admirers around her. However, none of her escorts have good endings. All of them would be sucked into bones before long. You have to be careful. Su Zimo knew that Yunju was merely saying it casually and could not help but laugh bitterly. Apart from Sect Master White Bones and the two protectors, the 14 black-robed cultivators around them are also perfected fiend experts. Yunju continued, the 14 of them are known as the 14 Bone Fiends. Chapter 2335, 2335 Healing After Purging Poison. 2335 Healing After Purging Poison. The 14 Bone Fiends and 2 Protectors meant that there were 16 perfected fiends. There was also a peerless fiend like Sect Master White Bones who was ranked 10th on the perfected fiend ranking and had thousands of fiends under his lead. Such a scene was indeed shocking. White Bones sect must have lost quite a number of people as well to be able to reach this place. Let's heal first. Su Zimo placed Yunju down gently and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he carried her and walked to a dark corner not far away. Visibility was not high in Avicii and they could avoid the gazes of most people here. Even in the cultivation world, women's feet were extremely private places and could not be shown or touched by outsiders casually. That was the reason why women's feet were often compared to jade. Sensing Su Zimo's intentions, Yunju was touched and said gently, "Thank you." Yunju's feet were stung by the poisonous scorpions. At that moment, the poison had extended to her legs. Her legs were already swollen and she could not feel anything. It was extremely difficult for her to remove her shoes and socks. Su Zimo said, "I'll get senior sister Mo Qing to help." Yunju nodded. Mo Qing nodded slightly and turned to Yunju. She squatted down and asked, "What should I do?" "Help me take off my shoes and socks. Use the sharpness of this jade brush to cut a wound on the area that was stung." Yunju handed the jade brush in her hands to Mo Qing. "Thank you." That jade brush was a treasure she found in Avicii. Although its cultivation realm had fallen, it was also an emperor weapon back in the past and that was why it was still sharp. Su Zimo was relieved and stood up silently. He walked not far away and stood with his back facing Yunju and Mo Qing, blocking the vision of Xia Tianhong and the other two. Xia Tianhong was stealing glances over. Now that his line of sight was suddenly blocked by Su Zimo, his expression darkened as he harumphed coldly. A rustling sound came from the corner behind her. Mo Qing should be helping Yunju remove her shoes and socks. "Fellow Taoist, be careful." Right then, Yunju's voice suddenly sounded. She seemed extremely tense. They must have encountered something unforeseen. In the darkness, a ball of greenish-black poisonous gas surrounded Mo Qing's finger. She was already tainted by the poison just by touching Yunju's shoes and socks. You're not deeply poisoned. Hurry and circulate your blood qi to force out the poison. Yunju urged hurriedly. Mo Qing did not dare to be careless and channeled her blood qi continuously, washing it towards the poisoned finger. A moment later, the poison on her finger dissipated gradually. Although she was out of danger, Yunju's poison injuries were not resolved. What should we do? Mo Qing frowned. If she were to step forward to help, she would be the first to be poisoned. Let me do it. Right then, a voice sounded. Su Zimo had sensed the commotion and walked over. You. Mo Qing wanted to speak but stopped. Su Zimo said, this poison shouldn't be able to hurt me. I can give it a try. Mo Qing thought, the poison is only one aspect. You're a man after all, how is it appropriate for you to do such a thing? She turned around and looked at Yunju instinctively. Yunju lowered her head slightly and did not say anything, seemingly agreeable to it. Mo Qing wanted to speak but was suddenly enlightened. Recalling the scene of Su Zimo barging in with Yunju on his back, she thought to herself, junior brother Su and fellow Taoist Yunju must have fallen in love. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so intimate. At that thought, Mo Qing merely reminded him to be careful before standing up to make way without saying anything. Pardon me. Su Zimo squatted down and whispered. He reached out and touched Yunju's shoes and socks casually. His palm was fine without any poison. Mo Qing was only relieved when she saw that. Yunju was not surprised. She thought that it was because Su Zimo had the hell suppression tripod with him. However, in reality, although the hell suppression tripod could suppress living beings of hell, it could not defend against the poison. The main reason why Su Zimo was safe and sound was because the grade 11 Green Lotus true body was immune to poison. Su Zimo composed himself and removed the shoes and sock on Yunju's feet, searching for the wounds. Both wounds were at the tip of Yunju's toes. Su Zimo made use of the sharpness of the jade brush to cut the tip of Yunju's toes. Green-black blood flowed out rapidly with a stench. A moment later, perhaps because Yunju's bloodline was extraordinary, her legs gradually recovered from the swelling. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, this scene was not as flirtatious as they had imagined. Yunju's feet were poisoned and had long lost feeling. She did not feel anything unusual when Su Zimo held them in his hands and merely felt a little embarrassed. As for Yunju's feet, they were greenish-black and swollen like two pig trotters. On Su Zimo's side, although he was holding the jade feet of one of the four great fairies, in his eyes, it was as though he was holding on to a pair of pig trotters. She could not think of anything inappropriate. Yunju raised her head slightly and looked at Su Zimo's side profile. She saw that his gaze was strange. Her heart skipped a beat and she guessed Su Zimo's thoughts. Bang! Yunju was secretly frustrated. She reached out and punched Su Zimo on the shoulder, hollering, "Stop imagining random things." Feeling a little guilty, Su Zimo coughed gently and did not dare to reply. He gently placed Yunju's feet down. Yunju was indignant and embarrassed. She could not help but say, "My feet are not usually like this." "Why yes." Su Zimo replied awkwardly and stood up hurriedly to flee. Although the two of them did not do anything overboard, outsiders did not think so. When Xia Tianhong saw Su Zimo and Yunju hiding in a corner, touching and muttering among themselves, his imagination ran wild. Xia Tianhong let out a sound and said in a strange manner, "To think that this is all there is to the great book Immortal, engaging in dirty acts with a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy in public." Those words sounded extremely piercing and unpleasant. Even as an outsider, Mo Qing felt disgusted and frowned. Yunju sneered and raised her voice. Where did this wild dog come from? Why is it barking so loudly? I'm sorry. Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded. This wild dog bites everyone in its sight. It's here because it was chasing me. Pausing for a moment, he glared at Xia Tianhong with a cold expression and said slowly, if it continues biting randomly, I'm going to smash its canines. You. Xia Tianhong was enraged and bolted upright. Naturally, Su Zimo was fearless and strode forward with a lightning gaze. Fairy Mo Qing stood beside Su Zimo as well. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon frowned slightly and stood up to hold Xia Tianhong down, saying in a low voice, Your Highness, calm down. The situation is unknown right now. Let's not get into a conflict with them first. Xia Tianhong smirked smugly and sat back down. The anger from earlier on seemed to have vanished instantly. This scene was witnessed by Sect Master White Bones, Madame Jade Bones and the other fiend cultivators not far away. When Sect Master White Bones heard the words Book Immortal, his expression changed and he looked over. In his deep sockets, a pair of white eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of darkness and see Yun Zhu in the corner. Chapter 2336, 2336 Communication with the Prime Body. 2336 Communication with the Prime Body. Although the four great fairies were all from the divine firmament immortal domain, they were rather famous in the entire heavenly world. However, the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect were far away in the fiend domain and had never seen what the four great fairies looked like. Now that they heard the name of the book Immortal, a commotion broke out among White Bones sect. The gazes of many fiend cultivators were attracted. Su Zimo looked at Xia Tianhong who was not far away and suddenly frowned. Initially, he thought that Xia Tianhong's words were merely to vent his emotions. However, on second thought, there was a high chance that Xia Tianhong revealed Yun Zhu's identity intentionally to attract the attention of the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect. How could a prince who could rule over a region be so short-tempered? Xia Tianhong's motive was to kill with a borrowed knife. The fiend cultivators of White Bones sect were fearless in their actions. Furthermore, nobody knew if they could survive the next day after being trapped in a Vichy. Under such circumstances, all the evil in the depths of their hearts would be triggered involuntarily and their fiendish nature would flare up. He. Suddenly, Madame Jade Bones chuckled and walked out of the crowd, twisting her waist along the way. Waving the silk cloth in her hands gently, she looked at Xia Tianhong in disdain. Look at how jealous you are to see her lover. Xia Tianhong did not refute or get angry after being mocked by Madame Jade Bones and merely chuckled. He had already achieved his goal. Young man, come over to my side. I'll have a heartfelt chat with you. Madame Jade Bones beckoned to Su Zimo with a smile. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Madame Jade Bones expressionlessly before turning towards Yun Zhu. Even though Madame Jade Bones was ignored, she was not enraged and the glee in her eyes intensified. He. One of the 14 bone fiends gave a strange laugh and looked at Madame Jade Bones lustfully. Jade Bones, he doesn't fancy you. Why don't you just follow me instead? The crowd burst into laughter. Humph. Madame Jade Bones turned around and glared at the bone fiend, scolding jokingly, Lust Bone Fiend, your skills are too pathetic. You surrendered after 3 rounds, I'm not interested at all. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the fiends intensified as they doubled over with laughter. Although Fairy Mo Qing could not understand what the other party was talking about, she realized that it was not anything good and could not help but frown. She was extremely beautiful to begin with, like a fairy in a painting. Her slight frown merely added to her charm. Gulps could be heard from the fiends of White Bones sect and their eyeballs almost popped out. If cultivators or monks of the immortal domains or Buddhist monasteries were tempted, they would have to maintain their composure for the sake of their dignities. Naturally, cultivators of the fiend domain would not care about etiquette. Su Zimo noticed this and knew that something was bound to happen if they continued staying here. There was no way the three of them could defend against the fiends of White Bones sect with their strength. "Let's leave this place first," Su Zimo said softly. Yunju had purged a lot of poisonous blood from her feet. Although she could not move yet, her life was not in danger and they could leave at any moment. She also sensed that the atmosphere in the cave was a little strange. This place could be divided into three factions. The three of them, Xia Tianhong's group of three and the cultivators of White Bones sect. The difference between the three factions was immense. Although it seemed calm right now, any activity could break that calmness. However, the living beings of hell are ubiquitous outside. It'll be difficult for the three of us to hold out. Mo Qing was worried. Along the way here, she had seen too many cultivators die in Avicii and knew how terrifying those living beings were. "It's fine," Yunju said, "let's go out and take a look first. We can always return here if we can't hold out." Naturally, Yunju knew Su Zimo's background. With the hell suppression tripod, they would not be in any danger as long as they followed Su Zimo. However, this was Su Zimo's secret and she would not spread it casually. "All right." Mo Qing nodded. Su Zimo carried Yunju on his back and walked towards the entrance with Mo Qing. Sect Master White Bones's gaze shifted and he raised his head slightly when he noticed that. Old Man Skeleton understood and blocked Su Zimo and the other two in a flash. Of the 14 bone fiends, 8 charged forward along with 1,000 fiend cultivators. They swarmed the entrance as they looked at Su Zimo and the other two with evil intentions. "Where are the three of you going?" Lustbone Fiend from earlier on asked with a smile. "We can't leave anymore." Yunju sighed gently. "Let's retreat first and not fight them head-on." Su Zimo did a mental calculation as well. Even if he could kill 1 or 2 perfected fiends with the hell suppression tripod by surprise, he would not be able to break out of the encirclement of the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect. Su Zimo remained silent and carried Yunju on his back, retreating with Mo Qing. "Sensible." Transformation Bone Fiend roared in laughter. Shatter Bone Fiend pinched the joints of his fingers repeatedly and grinned. "How unfortunate that we did not get to fight. My bones are itching to go." The fiends of White Bones sect snickered and pointed in this direction while spouting filthy words. However, without any instructions from Sect Master White Bones, the fiends did not make any moves. After returning to his original spot, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and remained silent. Although the fiends of White Bones sect did not attack them, there was a possibility that they could do it at any moment. At the side, Xia Tianhong and the other two were up to no good either. He had to think of a way to deal with the current situation. While things in the cave looked calm on the surface, tensions were spreading beneath. Nobody knew when that peace would be broken. Su Zimo closed his eyes and tried to summon the martial Dao Prime body once more. Ever since he entered Avicii, he had been escaping and did not have much chance to establish a connection with the martial Dao Prime body. Since he could not leave now, he might as well calm down and attempt to sense the location of the martial Dao Prime body. Su Zimo secretly circulated the spirit consonance art, but there was still no reaction. Under normal circumstances, if the martial Dao Prime body was also in Avicii, such a situation should not happen since his two true bodies were telepathic and he was aided by the spirit consonance art. Right now, Su Zimo's calls on this end were like rocks sinking into the ocean without any reaction. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and a thought flashed through his head. The green lotus essence spirit began to chant the Prajna Nirvana Sutra silently. Golden Sanskrit appeared in his consciousness and phantoms of Buddhas appeared. Dragons and elephants cried as Sanskrit sounded endlessly. Against the shock of Sanskrit, the hell suppression tripod trembled slightly and buzzed endlessly. Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He could finally sense the location of the martial Tao prime body. At the same time, he received feedback from the latter. Avicii was a world of its own with its own unique laws. The Green Lotus true body was in the lesser hells while the martial Tao prime body was in greater Avicii. No matter how the Green Lotus true body called out, he could not penetrate the rules of Avicii. In Avicii, there was only a single sound that could reach every corner and was not restricted by the rules of this place Sanskrit of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit in his heart. Although it was silent, that power could pass through layers of space and break through the laws to reach greater Avicii, reaching the ears of the martial Tao prime body. Chapter 2337, 2337 Reappearance. 2337 Reappearance. At the same time, in greater Avicii, the martial Tao prime body who was enduring endless pain suddenly opened his eyes and released two divine lights, invigorated. The opportunity to escape had appeared. Time, space and suffering was endless in greater Avicii. The martial Tao prime body did not know how long had passed outside or how he could leave. Here, the martial Tao prime body could not sense any direction. It was as though he was in a vast night without any light. With the appearance of the Green Lotus true body, the Sanskrit struck a chord in his heart. The Green Lotus true body was the light in the vast night. All he had to do was advance in the direction of the Green Lotus true body and he could leave greater Avicii. The martial Tao prime body continued enduring endless pain and advanced in the direction of the Green Lotus true body. However, even after walking for a long time, the distance between the martial Tao prime body and the Green Lotus true body did not close at all. He seemed to have been stuck at the same spot the entire time. Space was endless. The space in greater Avicii was endless and continuous. Once the martial Tao prime body left a space, he would enter another. No matter where he was, he could not escape from greater Avicii and endured endless pain. Even if the martial Tao prime body sensed the Green Lotus true body and knew the direction to escape from Avicii, he could not leave. Right then, four beams of light suddenly appeared at the front and sped towards the martial Tao prime body. Under normal circumstances, greater Avicii was foggy without any light. But now, four beams of light had appeared in greater Avicii and could defend against the laws of this place. When the four beams of light approached, the martial Tao prime body finally understood. The Green Lotus true body sensed the location of the martial Tao prime body and brought out the four sacred souls, afraid that he would not be able to leave. After the battle at Great Tai Wei Mountain, the four sacred souls did not have much strength left, leaving only four faint lights. However, the four sacred souls were the weapon spirits of the Hell Suppression Tripod after all. Although they were weak, they were not restricted by the laws of greater Avicii. Therefore, they sped the entire way and arrived beside the martial Tao prime body. The four sacred souls surrounded the martial Tao prime body and the law of endless space of greater Avicii lost its effect on the latter instantly. With the guidance of the Green Lotus true body and the protection of the four sacred souls, the martial Tao prime body regained his five senses and saw the pitch-black and sinister Avicii gate once more. Previously, he was thrown down by Emperor Bo-sun. This time round, he was going to leave greater Avicii and return to the world. Avicii, in a cave on a black mountain peak. Su Zimo sat quietly at the side, as though he was resting with his eyes closed. Yunju thought that Su Zimo had expended too much energy carrying her and was physically exhausted, so she did not disturb him. Fellow Taoist Mo Qing, why are you here in Avicii? Yunju pulled Fairy Mo Qing and asked. A senior with high attainments in the Tao of painting from the academy died here. Mo Qing said, I heard that cracks appeared in Avicii and living beings could escape, so I came here to look for this senior's corpse and paintings. You're referring to Senior Yu Daozi, right? Yunju pondered for a moment before saying. Mo Qing nodded in slight surprise. It's no wonder why people are always talking about the book Immortal. Fellow Taoist, you're truly amazing and know everything. Compared to you, I'm much inferior. I only know how to paint. When Yunju heard that, she smiled and said, I'm impressed that you're so good at painting, sister. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, we can just address each other as sisters. Yes. Mo Qing nodded. Yunju said, right, this cave is so strange and it seems like it can defend against living beings from hell. How did you find it, sister? Mo Qing said, not long after I fell, I accidentally caught sight of some marks left behind by Yu Daozi back then. Oh. Yunju was surprised. Mo Qing continued, others might not be able to understand these marks, but I can recognize them. These are marks unique to Senior Yu Daozi's works. The marks seemed to be used for guidance, so I followed them and arrived here. By the time I arrived, the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect were already here. Yunju remained silent in deep thought. A moment later, she whispered, since Senior Yu Daozi left such a clue and led you here, it's clear that there's something special about this place. Let's look around and see if there are any other secret passage exits. The situation isn't looking good right now. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible. Yes. Mo Qing nodded and looked at Yunju's feet, wanting to speak but stopped. Although the swelling on Yunju's legs had faded, the poison could not be purged completely. Relying on her own strength, Yunju supported herself against the cold wall behind her and forced herself to stand up. She whispered, I don't have much combat strength now, but I can walk. Sister, help me walk around and pretend that you're helping me stretch. That way, we won't attract attention. Mo Qing understood and went forward to support Yunju. Yunju glanced at Su Zimo beside her. The latter was still in a lotus position with his eyes closed, as though he had already forgotten where he was. Noticing Yunju's expression, Mo Qing whispered, Sister, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll attack with all my might. You guys can find an opportunity to escape without having to worry about me. In Mo Qing's opinion, Su Zimo was only a low-level heaven immortal and his combat strength was negligible. Yunju was injured and had lost her combat strength. The ice butterfly had a weak physique and almost no combat strength in Avicii. She was the only one who could stand out in such a situation. Sister, don't say that. How can we abandon you and escape alone? Yunju said. For some unknown reason, Yunju felt her heart ache when she heard Mo Qing's words. She could not help but squeeze Mo Qing's palm gently. Let's go take a look over there. Yunju encouraged her. We might be able to find an exit to sneak out. Pausing for a moment, Yunju pursed her lips and smiled, saying softly, Don't worry, although this junior brother of yours doesn't have a high cultivation realm and can't fight those people head-on, he's extremely good at escaping. Mo Qing supported Yunju and the two of them whispered as they scanned the darkness not far away. A large area of the cave was occupied by cultivators of White Bones sect and Yunju and Mo Qing could not check many locations. Worried about Su Zimo's safety, the two of them did not dare to go too far and merely explored the edges of the nearby walls. Suddenly, Mo Qing stopped in her tracks and focused her gaze not far ahead. A blurry figure seemed to be sitting beneath a wall on the other side. The figure did not have any life force and had died many years ago, gripping a painting-like object tightly in his hands. As though she recalled something, Mo Qing supported Yunju and took a few more steps forward nervously. Up close, Mo Qing could see clearly and recognized the figure. She could not help but sigh softly with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Chapter 2338, 2338 Blind. 2338 Blind. When Yunju saw Mo Qing's expression, she vaguely guessed the identity of the corpse and whispered, it's Senior Yudaozi of Heaven and Earth Academy, right? Yes. Mo Qing's heart was still heavy. Yun Zhu consoled, Senior Yudaozi passed away here but his corpse was unburied. The fact that you're here is probably fate. Sister, while inheriting Senior Yudaozi's inheritance, you can also bring this corpse back and bury it in Heaven and Earth Academy. The fact that he can return to his roots is probably a form of consolation for him. Mo Qing nodded. That's right. I'm going to take away Senior Yudaozi's corpse. Pausing for a moment, she sighed gently. However, even if I obtain his inheritance and take his corpse with me, we can't leave this place. No matter what, let's put away Senior Yudaozi's corpse first. Yun Zhu's gaze landed on the scroll in the skeleton's palm. She said softly, after so many years, this scroll has not been corroded by the Avicii fiend Qi. It's clear that it's a rare treasure. This should be the divine ghost immortal fiend painting drawn by Senior in his twilight years. Mo Qing said. I see. Yun Zhu revealed a look of realization. Just as Mo Qing was about to step forward, a sinister gust of wind blew past. In the blink of an eye, a skinny figure blocked the path of the two fairies. Old Man Skeleton of White Bones Sect. What are you doing? Mo Qing asked with a frown. Old Man Skeleton's wrinkled face was expressionless as he asked instead, what are the two of you doing? A few of the 14 bone fiends and 1,000 fiend demons gathered over as well, giggling as though they were watching a show. This corpse is a senior of my sect. Mo Qing said, I'm going to bring this senior's corpse back to the sect for burial. Oh. Old Man Skeleton raised his tone slightly. He. Lustbone Fiend of the 14 Bone Fiends said with a smile, Beauty, he's a senior of your sect just because you say so? I can even claim that he's my father. At the side, Pride Bone Fiend said coldly, the flesh of this corpse has long rotted, leaving only a skeleton with tattered clothes. How can you be certain that he's a senior of your sect? Anyone can be all talk. Shatterbone Fiend sneered as well. No matter how good Mo Qing's temper was, she could no longer hold it in. However, even if she was angry, she would not express it too intensely. Her expression merely turned cold. The item in this senior's hands is the divine ghost immortal fiend painting that he drew personally. This scroll can prove his identity. When she heard that, Yun Zhu frowned. Although revealing the origin of the scroll could prove Senior Yudaozi's identity, there was a high chance that the other party would covet this treasure. At that thought, Yun Zhu suddenly spoke. The divine ghost immortal fiend painting uses a unique drawing technique to sketch 4 diagrams. In the hands of others, even if it's an immortal king, they won't be able to tell anything if they don't know how to draw. Yun Zhu's meaning was clear. She was telling the fiends of White Bones sect that the divine ghost immortal fiend painting would merely be a painting in their hands. She was not spouting nonsense, but the truth. Is that so? Beastbone Fiend rolled his eyes. Let me see what the hell is drawn on this painting exactly. As he said that, Beastbone Fiend arrived beside Yudaozi's corpse and bent down, prepared to pick up the divine ghost immortal fiend painting. He gave it a gentle tug but it did not budge. Although Yudaozi was dead, his palm was still gripping the divine ghost immortal fiend painting tightly. Even though he knew that he would most likely be doomed upon entering Avicii, he wanted to come here and complete the final ghost diagram. It was clear how much he valued this painting. The divine ghost immortal fiend painting contained his inheritance, Dermic Dao, and painstaking efforts. Ha ha ha. The few bone fiends at the side could not help but burst into laughter when they saw that Beastbone Fiend could not make it budge. Beastbone Fiend felt embarrassed and his heart sank. With a menacing expression, he took a step forward and stomped heavily on the wrist of Yudaozi's corpse. Crack! Yudaozi's wrist was snapped by Beastbone Fiend. Even though Yudaozi was an immortal king expert back then, he could not withstand the corrosion of time after so many years. Furthermore, he was corroded by the Avicii fiend Qi all year round. You. Mo Qing was shocked and furious when she saw that. However, Old Man Skeleton, a few bone fiends and 1,000 fiends blocked her path. She could not get through at all. Yunzhu grabbed Mo Qing's wrist gently and shook her head gently, indicating for the latter to not be reckless. Mo Qing looked at Beast Bone Fiend with a cold gaze. She was usually obsessed with painting and rarely fought with others. There had never been a moment such as now where she wanted to kill Beast Bone Fiend who was in front of her. Beast Bone Fiend sneered and spread the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting after obtaining it. The moment a quarter of the painting was unfolded, a figure with golden hair, blue eyes and a body filled with golden light appeared on it, glaring at Beast Bone Fiend with a burning gaze. Ah! Beast Bone Fiend exchanged glances with the figure on the painting and suddenly, his expression changed as he shrieked. His eyes exploded right away. There were only 2 bloody holes left on his face that were extremely terrifying. Instinctively, Beast Bone Fiend threw away the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting. Old Man Skeleton narrowed his gaze slightly and took a step forward with a grim expression, closing the painting hurriedly. Ah! 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 Beast Bone Fiend clutched his eyes with both hands and fresh blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers as he let out a tragic cry. If they were outside, perfected fiends could recover from such injuries in the blink of an eye. However, Avicii was a world of its own and was isolated from heaven and earth essence Qi. If one's eyeballs were ruptured and they were blinded, they would not be able to recover. You deserve this. Mo Qing said coldly. Ah! How dare you harm me, slut! I'm going to kill you. Beast Bone Fiend waved both hands and charged in the direction of Mo Qing's voice. Old Man Skeleton glanced sideways at Sect Master White Bones who was not far away. Sect Master White Bones shook his head gently. Old Man Skeleton understood and held back Beast Bone Fiend with his skinny arm without having to exert much strength. Bear with it. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the Sect Master. At the mention of the Sect Master, Beast Bone Fiend shuddered and panted heavily before calming down. Old Man Skeleton carried the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting and turned towards Sect Master White Bones, prepared to hand over the treasure. What are you doing? Mo Qing took a step forward and stopped Old Man Skeleton, saying in a deep voice, "Return the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting to me. This belongs to Heaven and Earth Academy. I can verify her words." Right then, Xia Tianhong stood out and declared, "Fairy Mo Qing is one of the 4 great fairies, the painting immortal, from Heaven and Earth Academy. This Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting is indeed from Heaven and Earth Academy. Others might not be able to understand this painting. Fairy Mo Qing should be the only one who can do it. Painting Immortal Mo Qing, one of the 4 great fairies." The eyes of the fiends of White Bones sect lit up when they heard that. Chapter 2339, 2339 You have a death wish. 2339 You have a death wish. Turning around, Yunzhu glared at Xia Tianhong coldly and cursed internally at his shamelessness. On the surface, Xia Tianhong was standing out to help Mo Qing. However, in reality, he was deliberately revealing Mo Qing's identity as the painting immortal. Previously, Xia Tianhong had already revealed her identity intentionally. Now, he was using the same trick again. Furthermore, it was even more sinister this time round. Ah, painting immortal Mo Qing and book immortal Yunzhu. I've heard a lot about you guys. Sect Master White Bones spoke slowly with a hoarse and unpleasant voice, as though a stone was sliding in his throat. That explains the peerless auras the 2 of you possess. So, you're both from the 4 great fairies. Madame Jade Bones chuckled with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. What beautiful faces, how enviable. Mo Qing tried her best to compose herself as she looked at Old Man Skeleton and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, please return the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting." "Return?" Old Man Skeleton raised his brow slightly. "Everything in this cave belongs to White Bones sect and our sect master alone. Who should I be returning this to?" Mo Qing watched as Old Man Skeleton took away the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting and offered it to Sect Master White Bones. This time round, she did not step forward to stop him. She knew that Yun Zhu was by her side and her junior brother from the academy was not far away. She had to try her best to protect the two of them. She could not let the three of them fall into a desperate situation because of the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting. Although the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting was extremely important to Mo Qing, she endured it and walked towards Yu Daozi's corpse silently. "Beauty, where are you going?" Lustbone Fiend spread his hands and blocked Mo Qing's path with a smirk. Mo Qing said indifferently, "This is a senior of Heaven and Earth Academy. I'm here to collect his corpse. You guys took away the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting, but I'm going to take away this corpse and bury it back in the academy." "Fairy Mo Qing, you might not have understood what I just said." Old Man Skeleton walked over leisurely and said slowly, "I've just said that everything in this cave belongs to our sect master alone, including this corpse." "You." Mo Qing clenched her fists slightly and hollered in rage, "This corpse is of no use to you guys, nor is it a treasure. Don't go overboard." "My, how scary." Madame Jade Bones said in a serious manner, painting immortal Mo Qing is angry. Lustbone Fiend licked his lips. "You look so good even when you're angry. My heart melts." Yun Zhu sighed internally. Mo Qing was still a little naive. The argument before them had started because of the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting. However, in reality, the fiends of White Bones sect had been waiting for a long time. It was clear that they were causing trouble on purpose. The Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting was merely an excuse to break the peace. No matter how Mo Qing gave way, the other party would push their luck and press on. Right now, there was no way out. Fufufu. Suddenly, Sect Master White Bones laughed, cackling like a crow. He raised the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting in his hands and looked at Mo Qing and Yun Zhu with his deep eyes, saying slowly, "This painting as well as you guys all belong to me. I want the painting and I want the both of you as well." Whoa, whoa. When the fiends of White Bones sect heard that, they howled and cheered. Mo Qing seemed to have thought of something and her face turned pale. Yun Zhu turned to look at Perfected Immortal Jing Yu and Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon on the other side and said in a deep voice, "Are the two of you going to stand by idly? Don't forget, we're all from the immortal domain. If we die here, you won't be able to escape this calamity either." If the two perfected immortals could stand on their side, it would be an increase in strength no matter what. "Do you dare to interfere?" Sect Master White Bones' sinister gaze shifted towards Xia Tianhong and the other two. Suddenly, Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon said, "Everything is precarious in Avicii. There's no difference between immortals and fiends." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I've long heard of your reputation, Sect Master White Bones. If you don't mind, I can join White Bones sect and listen to your orders." Perfected Immortal Jing Yu glanced sideways with a look of surprise. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon had a calm expression without any shame. The situation was pressing right now and he could only survive if he submitted temporarily. Although Perfected Immortal Jing Yu understood the current situation as well, he had not expected Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon to submit so quickly and choose to join White Bones sect. On second thought, he understood that they had no choice. Everyone was trapped here and none of them could escape. If they could not escape death, how could there be any distinction between immortals and fiends? "I'm willing to listen to your orders as well." Perfected Immortal Jing Yu bowed slightly. The wise understand their circumstances. Sect Master White Bones nodded in satisfaction. Not far away, Su Zimo was still in a lotus position. He maintained that posture for a long time, as though he was immersed in something and had lost himself. Yunju glanced at Su Zimo but did not wake him up. Su Zimo was only at the cultivation of a heaven immortal. Even if he woke up, it would be useless. Fairies, come forward and sit beside me. Accompany me to take a look at this painting. Sect Master White Bones beckoned to Mo Qing and Yunju. Mo Qing's expression was cold and she remained silent. Although Yunju could move freely, the poison had not been purged completely. Her body was limp and she did not have much strength. Ladies, let's go. Lustbone Fiend walked forward and made an inviting gesture to Mo Qing and Yunju, saying with a smile, "You've been invited by our sect master. Get lost." Yunju shouted coldly. Humph. Lustbone Fiend's gaze turned vicious as he laughed sinisterly. How dare you scold me? You're forcing me to use force. The moment he said that, Lustbone Fiend took a step forward and reached out to grab Yunju's arm. Mo Qing's expression was cold and she no longer hesitated. She raised her hand and slapped the back of Lustbone Fiend's head. He. Right then, Madame Jade Bones's laughter sounded in Mo Qing's ears. Beauty, don't make any reckless moves. Unknowingly, Madame Jade Bones had already arrived beside Mo Qing and attacked consecutively, changing her martial techniques continuously to launch intensive attacks. Mo Qing's bloodline and physique were extremely ordinary. Her entire dermic Tao was in her paintings. However, those paintings were useless in Avicii. She was no match for Madame Jade Bones in melee combat. Within a few rounds, Mo Qing's hands were locked by Madame Jade Bones and pinned behind her back. All her joints were restrained and she could not move at all. Beauty, your face is so pretty. I really want to scratch a few holes on it and destroy it. Madame Jade Bones said coldly and extended her finger. Her sharp fingernails brushed past Mo Qing's cheek gently, emitting a chilling aura. On the other side, Lustbone Fiend grabbed Yunju's hands and laughed brazenly as well. When perfected immortal Jingyu saw that, he turned his head away instinctively and sighed internally. Who would have thought that the painting Immortal and book Immortal, fairies whom countless cultivators admired and tried to court, would be humiliated to such an extent? You guys have a death wish. Right then, a voice sounded. Not far away, Su Zimo stood up slowly with a cold expression and a murderous aura as he walked towards Mo Qing and Yunju. Chapter 2340, 2340 Die. 2340 Die. The fiends of White Bones sect looked over. Who would dare stand out and say something like that to them in this cave at a moment like this? When the gazes of the fiends of White Bones sect landed on Su Zimo, they were slightly stunned. Almost everyone's attention was on the two fairies. Therefore, no one noticed the seemingly frail green-robed cultivator right from the beginning. At that moment, Su Zimo suddenly stood out with a torrential killing intent and said such domineering words. The fiends of White Bones sect frowned slightly and could not figure out his background right away. One could not check the other party's cultivation realm in Avicii. The fiends of White Bones sect did not know Su Zimo's cultivation either. However, Su Zimo must be a perfected immortal expert since he was able to travel with the two fairies. Madame Jade Bones chuckled. Young man, don't be angry. Let go. Arriving beside the two fairies, Su Zimo interrupted Madame Jade Bones and glared at her and Lustbone Fiend coldly before saying. Lustbone Fiend narrowed his eyes slightly but was not enraged directly. He still gripped Yunju's hands and asked with raised brows, "What's your cultivation? How dare you speak to us like that?" He was stunned by Su Zimo's aura and was unsure for a moment, wanting to test the waters. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. He's only a grade 2 heaven immortal. Not far away, Xia Tianhong understood what the fiends were thinking and stood out hurriedly. The fiends of White Bones sect opened their mouths slightly with strange expressions. Ha ha ha. Immediately, the fiends burst into laughter and looked at Su Zimo with mocking gazes, as though they were looking at an idiot. I was wondering who he was. So, he's just an ant. Lustbone Fiend reared his head in laughter and scolded, "Bullshit low-level heaven immortal, there's no room for you to speak here. Scram. Die." Suddenly, Su Zimo said a single word. "How dare you show off your scrap metal in front of me?" Lustbone Fiend was fearless. Even sentient dermic treasures used by perfected immortals could not unleash much power in Avicii, let alone heaven-grade dermic treasures. Lustbone Fiend grabbed Yunju's wrist with one hand and struck the Hell Suppression tripod with the other. Poof! When Lustbone Fiend's fist collided with the Hell Suppression tripod, it exploded into a blood mist. His entire arm was smashed until his tendons and bones were snapped and his flesh splattered everywhere. Ah! Lustbone Fiend's expression changed starkly as he shrieked and retreated instinctively. Su Zimo strode forward and did not give him any chance to catch his breath. He raised the Hell Suppression tripod and smashed it towards the head of Lustbone Fiend. Poof! When the tripod descended, Lustbone Fiend's head was smashed and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying right away. Silence filled the cave. Everyone was shocked and froze on the spot. Perfected Immortal Jingyu and Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon exchanged glances. Both of them could see the deep meaning in the other's eyes and felt a sense of trepidation. They had not expected Su Zimo to have such a trump card. If Su Zimo had suddenly revealed such a move previously, there was a high chance that the two of them would have died on the spot if they were unprepared. The 14 Bone Fiends had all cultivated a portion of the White Bones Fiend Sutra. However, everyone cultivated different parts and the characteristics of their bodies and bones were different as well. The only similarity was that the 14 Bone Fiends were body-tempered experts among perfected fiends. However, no matter how strong their bones and bodies were, they could not defend against the power of the Hell Suppression tripod. It was too fast. The Fiends of White Bones sect had no intention of attacking and were initially waiting to watch the show. To think that Lustbone Fiend would die tragically on the spot. The others did not even have time to save him. The fiends had not expected that a low-level heaven immortal would dare to attack them in such a situation. Less than that, they had not expected Lustbone Fiend to be crushed to death in less than 2 rounds. With Lustbone Fiend dead and Yunju free, Su Zimo pulled Yunju over and shielded her behind him. Yunju was dumbfounded during the entire process. It's over. She quickly realized that Su Zimo would definitely die after killing one of the 14 Bone Fiends. He made use of the Hell Suppression tripod to kill Lustbone Fiend by surprise. However, as long as the other party reacted, Su Zimo would not be able to defend against the encirclement of the Fiends of White Bones sect even with the help of the Hell Suppression tripod. Su Zimo was decisive to kill and smashed Lustbone Fiend to death. Without stopping, he took a huge stride and arrived beside Mo Qing. He raised the Hell Suppression tripod and smashed it towards Madame Jade Bones. Watch out for that tripod. Suddenly, Sect Master White Bones stood up and said sternly with a dark glint in his sunken eyes. Here, most weapons would lose their strength. As for the bronze square tripod in Su Zimo's hands, it had defined edges and emitted an ancient and savage aura. It was powerful and sturdy, clearly unaffected by Avicii. There was a high chance that this bronze square tripod was an emperor weapon and might not be weaker than the bone saber in his hands. Even without the reminder of Sect Master White Bones, Madame Jade Bones could sense how terrifying the Hell Suppression tripod was. However, without being flustered, she moved her feet and locked Mo Qing's joints. Turning around, she used Mo Qing as a shield in front of her the entire time. You're still too inexperienced to want to kill me. Madame Jade Bones chuckled. 7 bone fiends had already advanced and charged toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo's gaze was burning. Suddenly, he hollered and released a dragon roar that contained a supreme might which enveloped down. Although the power of the dragon roar's secret skill was reduced significantly without the use of heaven and earth essence chi, it still released an extremely domineering energy fluctuation. The 7 bone fiends shuddered and stopped in their tracks. Madame Jade Bones was the closest to Su Zimo and her mind buzzed from the shock. That momentary pause allowed Su Zimo to see an opening as the hell suppression tripod descended. By the time Madame Jade Bones snapped out of her stupor, the hell suppression tripod was above her head. Ah! She shrieked and could only retreat, unable to use Mo Qing as a shield in time. Crack! Madame Jade Bones was still a step too slow. Half of her shoulder was snapped by the hell suppression tripod and her entire arm fell off, leaving her shoulder in a bloodied mess. Ah! 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 Madame Jade Bones let out an ear-piercing scream. She had lost a lot of blood chi and her face was aging at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an old lady with a withered, yellow face filled with wrinkles. This was her appearance to begin with. However, she maintained her youth by constantly absorbing the yang essence in the blood of virgin boys. Right now, she had lost a lot of blood chi and could not stop her injuries immediately, returning to her original state. You've ruined me. Madame Jade Bones shrieked with rage and killing intent in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you and suck your blood dry." Su Zimo had already saved Mo Qing and shielded her behind him. When he heard Madame Jade Bones's threat, he remained silent and merely sneered. He raised the hell suppression tripod once more and smashed it towards her head. Madame Jade Bones's expression changed starkly and she did not dare to take the hell suppression tripod head-on. Right then, a figure appeared and shielded Madame Jade Bones. "It's time to end things." Sect Master White Bones descended and said indifferently. Chapter 2341, 2341 I'll kill you. 2341 I'll kill you. With an indifferent expression, Sect Master White Bones raised his bone saber slightly and slashed down at the hell suppression tripod before him. Clang! The bone saber collided with the hell suppression tripod with a crisp sound. Su Zimo shuddered and felt an unimaginable power surge through the hell suppression tripod could not defend against it at all. This was a peerless fiend that was ranked on the perfected fiend ranking after all. Coupled with the fact that he cultivated the White Bones Fiend Sutra, his physique and bones were strong and his strength was shocking. Even the grade 11 Green Lotus True Body could not make up for the difference of one major alongside many minor cultivation realms. Thud. 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 Su Zimo retreated continuously and felt his arms go numb, trembling gently. Oh. Sect Master White Bones raised his brow slightly in surprise. Sect Master White Bones took a step forward and a second slash descended. Clang! Another slash struck the hell suppression tripod. Although it was fine, it buzzed and trembled. If the 4 sacred souls were still around, they might be able to help Su Zimo defend against the impact. Right now, the 4 sacred souls were guiding the martial Tao prime body over. The hell suppression tripod could not defend against the power of Sect Master White Bones at all. Su Zimo's palm was torn and blood gushed out. The hell suppression tripod flew out of his hands and fell as well. Sect Master White Bones waved his cloak and swept the hell suppression tripod into his hands. He examined it carefully and ignored Su Zimo who was in front of him. The reason why he attacked was because of the bronze square tripod. Su Zimo was just an ant in his eyes. He would leave the life and death of this man to his subordinates. Skeleton, can you tell what's the deal with this tripod? Returning to his seat, Sect Master White Bones handed the Hell Suppression Tripod to Old Man Skeleton beside him and asked in a deep voice. Old Man Skeleton was older and more knowledgeable than Sect Master White Bones. Old Man Skeleton narrowed his eyes and sized up the Hell Suppression Tripod. After a while, his heart stirred and his eyes lit up. Did you think of anything? Sect Master White Bones noticed Old Man Skeleton's expression and asked. Congratulations, Sect Master. Old Man Skeleton was expressionless the entire time. However, he was excited at that moment and his breathing turned heavier. If I'm not wrong, this tripod might be the legendary destiny weapon of the Infinite Great Emperor, the Hell Suppression Tripod. Pust. When he said the words Hell Suppression Tripod, Sect Master White Bones' eyes lit up and he took a deep breath. It's no wonder why it possesses such toughness and is able to defend against the bone saber of the White Bones Fiend Emperor. Sect Master White Bones murmured softly. Old Man Skeleton took a step forward and said excitedly, Sect Master, if we can refine this Hell Suppression Tripod, we might be able to find the key to leaving this place. Ha ha ha. Sect Master White Bones burst into laughter. Legend has it that the Hell Suppression Tripod was suppressed in Avicii. To think that this lad would obtain it. The heavens are truly on my side now that it's in my hands. Sect Master, you've obtained the inheritance of the White Bones Fiend Emperor and now, the divine weapon of the Infinite Great Emperor. It's only a matter of time before you advance to the Grotto Heaven realm and unify the entire Fiend domain. Old Man Skeleton shouted. On the other side, the combat was coming to an end. A few bone fiends joined forces and released a flurry of attacks at Su Zimo. Bang! 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 Although Su Zimo's cultivation realm was not high, he managed to last a few rounds against the encirclement of a few bone fiends with his grade 11 Green Lotus true body and powerful melee combat strength. However, the difference in strength was immense now that he had lost the Hell Suppression Tripod. After a few breaths, Su Zimo finally could not defend against them and was severely injured. He fell beside the two fairies and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Fellow Daoist Su. Yunzhu exclaimed softly and hurried forward. Mo Qing stood in front of Su Zimo as well and tapped two fingers on her own glabella. She glared at the fiends of White Bones sect coldly and said resolutely, if you guys take another step forward, I'll commit suicide here. Senior sister, don't. Su Zimo endured the pain and stopped her hurriedly. Yunzhu hurriedly dissuaded as well, Sister Mo Qing, don't be rash. Mo Qing did not say anything and merely glared at the fiends of White Bones sect coldly. Exerting strength in her fingertips, she had already pierced her glabella with a resolute expression. The few bone fiends frowned slightly and looked toward Sect Master White Bones instinctively. Humph. Sneering coldly with a mocking expression, he said leisurely, Fairy Mo Qing, what has your life and death got to do with me? You're truly way too naive to think you can threaten me with your life. Mo Qing said, if I die, you'll never be able to obtain the inheritance of the divine ghost Immortal Fiend painting. So? Sect Master White Bones asked instead. Fu. After obtaining the Hell Suppression Tripod, Sect Master White Bones was in a great mood and his laughter turned louder and louder, reverberating through the entire cave brazenly. People of the Immortal Domain like to think too highly of themselves. Sect Master White Bones looked at Mo Qing and Yunzhu in disdain. Painting Immortal Mo Qing? Ha! Why are you pretending to be pure and innocent in front of me? You're nothing but a whore and a slut. What did you say? When Mo Qing heard that, her face turned incomparably pale and her voice trembled. Up till this point of her cultivation, she was known as the Painting Immortal. No matter where she went, she was respected and admired by countless cultivators. No one had ever said such things to her. A smug look flashed through the eyes of Sect Master White Bones. He continued, I've long heard about you, painting Immortal Mo Qing. Initially, I thought that you were some high and mighty fairy who could not be sullied. Later on, I heard that you got together with disciples of the same sect and spent your days fornicating in bliss. Ha ha ha. What? Mo Qing was extremely furious and her body trembled with a pale expression. By the time Meng Yao's rumors spread to the fiend domain, they were already twisted beyond recognition. At the very least, the people of the immortal domain cared about their dignity. Even if they discussed, they would not go overboard and restrain themselves. However, the cultivators of the fiend domain were fearless. As a peerless fiend, Sect Master White Bones had no qualms about his words. He wanted to attack her heart. The more vicious his words were, the more they could hurt Mo Qing. Ha ha ha. The fiends of White Bones sect let out evil laughter and countless gazes sized up Mo Qing brazenly. So, she's just a whore and yet she's pretending to be reserved. People of the immortal domain sure love to put on pretenses. Under those gazes, Mo Qing felt that she was alone and helpless, as though she was left alone standing naked in front of countless fiends. I didn't. Nonsense. Mo Qing shook her head repeatedly and explained with a pale expression. However, the more she explained, the more smug Sect Master White Bones became and the more the fiends laughed wantonly. Mo Qing looked around and saw extremely ugly faces. As she listened to the filthy words, she felt deep helplessness and despair. The words of men were enough to destroy Bones. A crack gradually appeared in Mo Qing's Tao heart. Right then, four divine lights shone from the darkness of the cave and sped over, entering the hell suppression tripod in the hands of Sect Master White Bones in the blink of an eye. Sect Master White Bones was stunned for a moment before rejoicing. He could clearly sense that the aura of the hell suppression tripod had turned even more terrifying. When he saw that, Su Zimo laughed bitterly and stood up shakily, declaring, "Sect Master White Bones, your death has arrived." "My death has arrived?" Sect Master White Bones burst into laughter. "In Avicii, I wield the hell suppression tripod and I'm the only god. Who would dare to kill me? Who can kill me? I'll kill you." 3 words sounded from the darkness on the other side, powerful, cold and sinister. Chapter 2342, 2342 Black Fire Lotus. 2342 Black Fire Lotus. A figure walked out slowly from the darkness. He wore a purple robe and his black hair scattered. He wore a silver mask that hid his appearance, revealing only a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea. The martial Tao Prime body had arrived. "You?" With a dark gaze, Sect Master White Bones sized up the martial Tao Prime body but could not make out anything. In Avicii, only Immortal King experts could pose a threat to him. The aura emitted by the martial Tao Prime body was far from as terrifying as an Immortal King expert. The feeling the martial Tao Prime body gave him was more mysterious than powerful. Furthermore, in Avicii, even Immortal King experts could not summon their grotto heavens and their combat strength was greatly reduced. They could only rely on their bodies and blood chi. Sect Master White Bones had 2 Emperor weapons in his hands, 13 bone fiends, 2 protectors and thousands of fiends. Even Immortal Kings would have to die here if all the fiends swarmed forward. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" Sect Master White Bones sneered. The martial Tao Prime body ignored Sect Master White Bones and shifted his gaze to Mo Qing who was not far away, frowning slightly. Given his sharpness, he could naturally tell that Mo Qing's Tao heart was unstable and cracked. She had suffered a huge blow. If one could not break free from their mental demons, their cultivation realm advancement would come to an end as well. If there are people in the world who slander, bully, humiliate, laugh at, look down on, degrade or hate you, there's no need for you to endure or explain yourself. The martial Tao Prime body said slowly. There was a Zen Sanskrit in his voice that could penetrate one's heart. It was like a warm current that flowed through Mo Qing's Dao heart, soothing her gently. Mo Qing looked at the martial Dao prime body in a daze and asked instinctively, "What should I do?" "Just kill them." The martial Dao prime body said indifferently. "Ah!" Mo Qing exclaimed softly. She lowered her head with a pained expression and murmured, I can't do it." She was not strong enough to defeat even the fiends of White Bone's sect. Even if she had the strength, she could not start a massacre over something like this. She was from the immortal domain and was also the painting immortal. She was in seclusion all year round and was obsessed with the Tao of painting. In the depths of her heart, she was extremely resistant to killing and the strife of the outside world. "It's fine." The martial Dao prime body said calmly, "I'll help you kill them." Mo Qing's heart skipped a beat and she looked up at the martial Dao prime body instinctively. Among the 14 bone fiends, there were already people who could not stand it anymore. In a flash, Transformation Bone Fiend charged towards the martial Dao prime body and cursed, "Puny rat, how dare you put on a front before me? Die!" Transformation Bone Fiend was extremely fast and arrived before the martial Dao prime body in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he attacked with a killing move. He extended 2 fingers and dug towards the eyes of the martial Dao prime body. The martial Dao prime body wore a silver mask and only revealed a pair of eyes. Although Transformation Bone Fiend did not know the background of the martial Dao prime body, no matter the level of an expert, the eyes were a fatal weakness of the body. The martial Dao prime body was motionless. In fact, he did not even look at Transformation Bone Fiend directly. The martial Dao prime body only attacked and the fingers were almost touching the silver mask on his face. Without any unnecessary movements or martial techniques, he merely raised his hand and slapped. It was too fast. His attack was released after but arrived sooner. Everyone saw that the martial Dao prime body had just raised his hand when the slap landed on Transformation Bone Fiend's face. Crack! 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 Right in front of everyone, the head of Transformation Bone Fiend spun more than 10 times before stopping and drooping on his shoulders. Transformation Bone Fiend died on the spot. His eyes bulged with a stunned expression. Even till his death, he could not figure out what had happened. The 14 bone fiends were all perfected fiend experts. But now, a perfected fiend was killed with a casual slap. Sect Master White Bones narrowed his gaze with a grim expression. This person was very strong. "Fiends, listen up. Attack together and kill him." He was extremely cautious. Even with the 2 Emperor weapons, he did not advance rashly and face the martial Dao prime body alone. Instead, he summoned the fiends of White Bone's sect to swarm forward together. Very good. The martial Dao prime body looked at the thousands of fiends charging over and nodded slightly. Suddenly, 2 pitch-black flames rose in his eyes beneath the silver mask. The next moment, the aura of the martial Dao prime body changed drastically. He stood there motionlessly, looking sinister and terrifying, as though he was an envoy from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Sect Master White Bones felt his heart skip a beat. Without hesitation, he stopped in his tracks and retreated. Sensing the actions of Sect Master White Bones, Old Man Skeleton reacted extremely quickly and did not charge forward with the fiends. Phew! Right then, a black flame appeared beneath the feet of the martial Dao prime body and spread rapidly in all directions. The incoming fiends of White Bones sect did not have time to dodge and fell into the black sea of flames in the blink of an eye. The black flames did not have any searing sensation. Instead, they were sinister and could trigger the deepest pain in every cultivator's heart. Hellfire! Ah! 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 Many fiend cultivators let out tragic cries as their features contorted. With menacing expressions, they tore at their own flesh continuously as though they had gone mad. The fiend cultivators did not seem like they could feel any pain as they were covered in injuries from their own tearing and blood gushed out. Some of them tore off large pieces of flesh and even revealed white bones without stopping. Everyone's bodies, noses, mouths and eyes were emitting black flames as they struggled and shrieked in the sea of flames. It was not that they could not feel pain. It was because compared to the pain caused by the black flames in their bodies, the pain of their skin and hair was nothing. With the martial Tao prime body as the center, the black flames spread in all directions, forming a gigantic black lotus flower that trapped thousands of fiends from white bones sect within. No one could escape. What is this? Old Man Skeleton had a horrified expression as though he had seen a ghost. Although he managed to survive the calamity and was not tainted by the black flames, he was almost scared out of his wits when he saw that. Even if they were attacked by the living beings of Avicii, it would not be as tragic and shocking as the scene before them. Impossible. Sect Master Whitebones's eyes widened in disbelief as he grit his teeth. We can't use our essence spirits, divine powers or secret skills in Avicii. How did he break the laws of Avicii? Avicii was a world of its own and contained the laws formed by the Dharmic Tao of the infinite great emperor. Even immortal kings and emperors would be restricted. Although the martial Tao prime body had entered the true martial realm, he was only at the perfected one realm equivalents of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists and could not release divine powers or secret skills. However, there was a flame in Avicii that could never be extinguished. Hellfire. The birth of the black flames contained the true intent of pain from millions of living beings. It was created from Avicii and did not require heaven and earth essence chi to begin with. Chapter 2343, 2343 Epiphany Fiend Sutra. 2343 Epiphany Fiend Sutra. Notwithstanding Sect Master Whitebones and the others, the two fairies were pale as well. Thousands of fiend cultivators of Whitebones sect swarmed forward with torrential auras. However, in the blink of an eye, they were trapped by the black fire lotus and suffered a fate worse than death. What sort of capabilities were those? The purple-robed cultivator stood with his hands behind his back in the black flames. His silver mask was cold and he exuded a sinister and terrifying aura, as though he was the divine being that controlled Avicii. Yunju could not help but ask, Sister Mo Qing, you know this person? As the book Immortal, she was experienced and knowledgeable about the heavenly world. In fact, she knew many secrets of the upper world and had heard of many experts. However, she had never seen such a mysterious person. After the martial Tao prime body appeared, he said something to Mo Qing. Furthermore, it was clear that he was comforting her and even said that he would help her kill the fiends of Whitebones sect. Therefore, Yunju instinctively thought that the martial Tao prime body knew Mo Qing and rushed over to save her because she was in trouble. Mo Qing shook her head gently and said in a daze, I don't recognize him. You don't know him either? Yunju was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, she said, perhaps you can't recognize him because he's wearing a mask. You might remember him after he removes his mask. No. Mo Qing shook her head. Everyone has their own unique aura. Even if they wear masks, they can't hide it. If I've seen him before, I'll definitely have an impression of him. Furthermore, I'm in seclusion in the academy all year round and rarely travel outside. None of the disciples of the academy know such shocking methods. Yunju was puzzled. If this person was not here for Mo Qing, who was he here for? Could it be a coincidence? The silver mask on that person's face reminded her of a treasure. However, that treasure belonged to Emperor Bo Sun. Although this person was strong, it was clear that he was not Emperor Bo Sun. Yunju pondered and connected all the information she had obtained during this period of time, forming a guess in her mind. I see. She murmured softly. Later on, a moon-devouring heavenly wolf escaped from Avicii. However, many people neglected one thing behind that piece of news. Apart from the moon-devouring heavenly wolf, there were other people from the fiend domain that fell into Avicii. The purple-robed man before him should be one of them. Now that he had obtained the Mara mask, there was a high chance that he had obtained some inheritance of Emperor Bo-sun. That was the reason why he was able to survive till now in Avicii. Although Yunzhu did not deduce the identity of the martial Dao prime body with the fake news, she was partially right. Indeed, the martial Dao prime body came from the fiend domain and fell into Avicii. On the other side, Xia Tianhong and the other two gasped and felt their scalps tingle when they saw the methods of the martial Dao prime body. Could this be an immortal king? Xia Tianhong could not help but ask. No. Perfected immortal imperial dragon said in a deep voice, although the power of that black flame is terrifying, its energy fluctuation is far from the level of an immortal king. Su Zimo was relieved when the martial Dao prime body arrived. When he heard the discussions of Xia Tianhong and the other two, he glanced over and said indifferently, "Let me advise the three of you to escape now. If you delay, all three of you will have to die here." Humph. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Xia Tianhong sneered, "Su Zimo, stop exaggerating. This purple-robed exalted immortal is decisive to kill, but he only kills those from the fiend domain. Why will he kill the innocent? On the other hand, you had better be careful, Su Zimo." Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and looked at Xia Tianhong with a fake smile. Xia Tianhong said proudly, "The Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom is one of the three immortal kingdoms of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Furthermore, my father is one of the strongest immortal kings of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. When he was young, he traveled everywhere and befriended all the experts in the world. If this purple-robed exalted immortal knows my father, once I implore him to attack using my status as a prince of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, you'll be dead for sure." Foo-foo. Su Zimo chuckled and ignored Xia Tianhong. "You want to chase us away with just a few words? Naive." Xia Tianhong sneered internally with a disdainful expression. There was no way the three of them would leave this place. There were living beings of hell everywhere outside. Leaving this place was equivalent to courting death. Xia Tianhong thought that Su Zimo was instigating them to take advantage of the chaos to escape because he wanted to send them to their deaths. The battle in the cave broke out suddenly and ended quickly. It was almost over. Hellfire was restricted by the laws of Greater Avicii and would not kill the living beings within. Instead, it would torment them endlessly. However, there were no laws and restrictions outside Greater Avicii, and the killing power of the hellfire was even more terrifying than the Red Lotus karmic fire. The fiends of White Bones sect could not withstand the hellfire at all. In less than 10 breaths, their essence spirits and souls were destroyed, leaving only black ashes on the ground. The martial Dao prime body stepped on the embers and walked toward Sect Master White Bones. Sect Master White Bones looked at Old Man Skeleton, who was not far away, in silence. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. Old Man Skeleton had followed him for many years and understood. Kill. Sect Master White Bones wielded the bone saber in his right hand and the hell suppression tripod in his left. With a deep growl, he charged towards the martial Dao prime body. He cultivated the supreme fiend technique, the White Bones Fiend Sutra. His bones were indestructible and his body was strong. Relying on his powerful melee combat skills, he was ranked 10th on the perfected fiend ranking. In the environment of Avicii, he could maximize his advantage. Now that he wielded 2 Emperor weapons, he could sweep through all perfected fiend experts. Of course, Sect Master White Bones was worried that something might happen as well. Therefore, he gestured for Old Man Skeleton to restrain painting Immortal Mo Qing while he was fighting the martial Dao prime body to blackmail the latter. Old Man Skeleton was expressionless and did not dare to raise his head to look at the martial Dao prime body, afraid that he would alert the latter. He did not dare to act rashly either. It was only when Sect Master White Bones fought against the martial Dao Prime Body that he moved and charged towards Mo Qing with a murderous aura. As long as he could restrain Mo Qing, they would be able to take the initiative. On the battlefield, the blood qi of Sect Master White Bones surged like raging tides crashing onto shore. A tsunami raged and his blood qi churned as a gigantic phantom of White Bones appeared behind him. He released his bloodline phenomenon without holding back at all. Swish! Sect Master White Bones circulated his blood qi and raised his bone saber, slashing towards the martial Dao Prime Body. At the same time, the sinister White Bones behind him did the same thing and made the same gesture, slashing towards the martial Dao Prime Body as though it wielded a bone saber as well. With the augmentation of his bloodline phenomenon, the power of that slash became even more terrifying. It was as though he was one with the White Bones phenomenon behind him. He was the White Bones and they were him. His menacing fiend form appeared alongside the White Bones. At that moment, the profound truths of the White Bones Fiend Sutra circulated in his heart. The Dharmic Tao that he had not comprehended previously was instantly enlightened. In this life and death battle, he actually comprehended a fiend technique and slashed out the strongest slash he had ever made in his cultivation path. Sect Master White Bones was invigorated and his aura surged instantly, climbing a level. Chapter 2344, 2344 What are you doing? 2344 What are you doing? Looking at the trajectory of the bone saber in midair and sensing the sharpness it emitted, even Sect Master White Bones felt a sense of amazement. In fact, a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps, even without the hell suppression tripod, this single slash was enough to kill this person. The martial Dao Prime Body did not dodge. His expression was unchanged beneath the silver mask. Instead, he extended his palm and grabbed the incoming bone saber bare-handed. The reason why the martial Dao Prime Body did not dodge was not because he could not. It was because he wanted to test how strong the true martial Dao body that he had created after entering the true martial realm was. You must have a death wish. When Sect Master White Bones saw the martial Dao Prime Body grabbing his bone saber bare-handed, his eyes lit up and his lips curled. The bone saber in his hands was once an emperor weapon. Although its cultivation realm had fallen, the sharpness of an emperor weapon was still present. This slash was enough to slice the purple-robed cultivator before him into two. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The bone saber struck the palm of the martial Dao Prime Body and tore through his flesh. However, it was stuck between his bones and could not advance any further. The smile on Sect Master White Bones' face froze. No matter how he channeled his bloodline phenomenon, he could not slash down. When the bone saber struck the bones of the martial Dao Prime Body, it could not cut them. He felt as though he had struck an indestructible divine weapon or dharmic treasure. You! Disbelief filled the eyes of Sect Master White Bones. Is that all? The martial Dao Prime Body asked indifferently. The reason why he dared to receive Sect Master White Bones' bone saber bare-handed was not because he was overconfident. Sect Master White Bones was only a perfected fiend. Even if he possessed a true emperor weapon, he could not unleash the full power of it. However, the dharmic Tao had yet to nourish his flesh. That was the reason why he was injured by Sect Master White Bones' bone saber and his flesh was torn. That bit of injury was completely negligible for the physique of the martial Dao Prime Body. At that moment, not only could Sect Master White Bones not slash down when the martial Dao Prime Body grabbed his bone saber, he could not retract it either. The palm of the martial Dao Prime Body gripped the bone saber tightly like an iron hoop. Sect Master White Bones released his bloodline phenomenon and his full strength. However, the bone saber remained motionless in the palm of the martial Dao Prime Body. You're too weak. The moment the martial Dao Prime Body spoke, he raised his hand, clenched his fist and punched. Phew! It was a simple action and punch without any martial techniques or probing. However, an incomparably tragic aura burst forth and suffocated everyone. Pressure surged over from all directions and Sect Master White Bones felt as though his body was about to explode as his bones trembled. He could not describe the terror of that punch with words. He only knew that his slash earlier on was like a 3-year-old child's trick against that punch. He only knew that up till this point of his cultivation, he had never seen such a ferocious fist. Even his White Bones phenomenon trembled continuously and creaked under the envelopment of that punch, as though it could collapse at any moment. Ah! At that critical moment, he growled and used the Hell Suppression Tripod to shield himself. Clang! The fist of the Martial Dao Prime Body struck the Hell Suppression Tripod heavily and let out a long sound, as though it was a bell from the depths of an ancient monastery. The Hell Suppression Tripod trembled continuously. Even with the Hell Suppression Tripod as a shield, a tremendous power surged into Sect Master White Bones's body through the tripod. Crack! 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 The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard from the arm of Sect Master White Bones that was lifting the tripod. Right in front of everyone, the flesh on his arm exploded into a grisly blood mist. The White Bones phenomenon that was initially behind Sect Master White Bones was shattered by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime Body. The sinister phenomenon collapsed. Xia Tianhong and the other two widened their eyes in shock. It was way too savage. A single punch severely injured Sect Master White Bones, who was rank 10 on the Perfected Fiend ranking despite the Hell Suppression Tripod in between them. Sect Master White Bones's arm exploded into flesh and blood as his bones shattered and hung limply. The Hell Suppression Tripod fell as well. The Martial Dao Prime Body reached out and picked up the Hell Suppression Tripod, sending it into his consciousness. The moment the Martial Dao Prime Body escaped, the two true bodies had already communicated. Although the cultivation realm of the Martial Dao Prime Body was far superior to the Green Lotus True Body, he did not have any divine weapons or dermic treasures beside him. He was almost defenseless when he met with danger in Avicii this time round. Therefore, Su Zimo was prepared to leave the Hell Suppression Tripod with the Martial Dao Prime Body. Another thing was that the Green Lotus True Body's cultivation realm was restricted and he could not unleash the power of the Hell Suppression Tripod or truly control it. As for the Martial Dao Prime Body, his cultivation realm was superior. After entering the true martial realm, he was equivalent to the perfected one realm of the Immortal Dao. If the Martial Dao Prime Body used his essence spirit to refine the Hell Suppression Tripod, he might be able to control this Emperor weapon completely. By controlling the Hell Suppression Tripod, he had a chance of controlling Avicii. The Hell Suppression Tripod could be of greater use to the Martial Dao Prime Body and would also provide an extremely obvious boost to the latter. Even if the Hell Suppression Tripod was in the hands of the Green Lotus True Body, he had many reservations in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and could not use it casually. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body had no such worries. He was wearing the Mara mask and no one knew who he was. Now that the Martial Dao Prime Body had entered the true martial realm, his combat strength had increased exponentially and he could come and go freely. With the help of the Hell Suppression Tripod, he could escape unscathed even if he encountered an Immortal King expert. The Martial Dao Prime Body put away the Hell Suppression Tripod and took a step forward. He reached out to grab the head of Sect Master White Bones. The bone saber was still in the hands of the Martial Dao Prime Body. Helpless, Sect Master White Bones could only release his hand and escape from the pursuit of the Martial Dao Prime Body as he turned to flee. Although he was fast to adapt, the movement technique of the Martial Dao Prime Body was even faster. The moment Sect Master White Bones turned around, the palm of the Martial Dao Prime Body descended. Crack! The palm of the Martial Dao Prime Body gripped the back of Sect Master White Bones's neck and squeezed gently. The neck of Sect Master White Bones shattered instantly. Although the fight between the two of them sounded slow, it happened in a flash. In almost 2 to 3 breaths, Sect Master White Bones was restrained by the martial Dao Prime Body. At that moment, Old Man Skeleton, who was charging towards Fairy Mo Qing, had just arrived before her. Old Man Skeleton had a vicious expression and extended his skinny hands in silence. His blood chi surged and he was prepared to release his full strength to capture Mo Qing alive. Yunju had yet to recover from her poison injuries and could not attack. Su Zimo had just been severely injured and had lost his combat strength. Old Man Skeleton was confident that he could suppress Mo Qing, who was alone, within 3 moves. However, when Old Man Skeleton attacked, Mo Qing did not resist or dodge. She looked at him with a strange gaze. To be precise, Mo Qing's gaze passed him and landed behind him. Yunju was also looking behind him in surprise and shock. Old Man Skeleton was puzzled. What was behind him that made Mo Qing forget to dodge and give up on resisting? "What are you doing?" Right then, someone asked indifferently. The person who spoke was right behind him. Old Man Skeleton seemed to be able to sense the person's breathing. Pust. Suddenly, Old Man Skeleton felt chills run down his spine. Chapter 2345, 2345 Strange Feeling. 2345 Strange Feeling. The purple-robed cultivator with the silver mask had already arrived behind him. How could this be? Wasn't that person already stopped by the sect master? Random thoughts flashed through Old Man Skeleton's mind. He could see painting Immortal Mo Qing right in front of him, within reach, but he did not dare to move at all. Old Man Skeleton turned around slowly and looked behind him. With that glance, he saw a cold silver mask. The eyes beneath the mask were deep and cold without any emotions. Old Man Skeleton's heart skipped a beat. He looked down. There was someone else in the hands of the martial Dao Prime Body. It was Sect Master White Bones. The Master of White Bones Sect, the peerless fiend ranked 10th on the perfected fiend ranking, was in a wretched state. His cloak was stained with blood and one of his arms was crippled while his neck was crushed. Although Sect Master White Bones was not dead yet, his head was slumped and he was already helpless against the martial Dao Prime Body like a half-dead old dog. Old Man Skeleton's Adam's apple bobbed as he gulped. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said with a quivering voice, Exalted Immortal, I'm already in my twilight years. Please spare my life and let me fend for myself in this hell. Old Man Skeleton did not realize that on this wrinkled old face of his, smiling was even uglier than crying. The martial Dao Prime Body looked at him indifferently without saying anything. However, he suddenly waved his robes and slapped Old Man Skeleton. Bang! Old Man Skeleton was sent flying by the martial Dao Prime Body and turned into a black shadow, smashing heavily against the pitch-black stone wall beside him with a blood mist. Old Man Skeleton's entire body seemed to have been turned into a painting as he stuck to the stone wall and slid down slowly. By the time he landed on the ground, he had already turned into a meat sludge and was dead. In the cave, there were a few other White Bones sect fiends that stood on Mo Qing and Yunju's side. They managed to escape the calamity without being enveloped by the black fire lotus. Before they could recover, Sect Master White Bones was suppressed by the martial Dao Prime Body and Old Man Skeleton was smashed into sludge by a single slap. Ah! In the eyes of the fiends of White Bones sect, the martial Dao Prime Body was a demon from the depths of hell. In the face of this demon, they were nothing at all. None of the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect stayed to beg for mercy. What happened to Old Man Skeleton when he begged for mercy? This demon was decisive to kill and would not listen to their explanation or give them any chance. Therefore, the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect fled out of the cave. There were countless living beings of hell outside and they were most likely doomed. However, even against the living beings of hell, none of them wanted to face this demon. Right then, perfected Immortal Jingyu and perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon who had been watching from the sidelines exchanged glances. Suddenly, they stood up and stopped the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect. Xia Tianhong's heart skipped a beat and he instantly understood the intentions of the two perfected immortals. After the purple-robed exalted immortal appeared, it was clear that he was targeting the fiend cultivators of White Bones sect. If they helped the purple-robed exalted immortal kill the remaining lackeys, it would be equivalent to standing on his side. Actually, this was nothing much. Even if they did not attack, the few fiend cultivators of White Bones sect would not be able to escape. However, by doing this, they could ensure that the purple-robed exalted immortal would not feel irked by them. They were also expressing goodwill towards the purple-robed exalted immortal. If they could seize this opportunity to join forces with the purple-robed exalted immortal, they might be able to find a chance of survival in Avicii. At that thought, Xia Tianhong was invigorated and joined the battle as well. The remaining few fiend cultivators of White Bones sect were only at the Heaven Immortal realm and could not defend against the killing power of the two perfected immortals. Furthermore, they had just been scared out of their wits. But now, a perfected fiend was killed with a casual slap. Sect Master White Bones narrowed his gaze with a grim expression. This person was very strong. Fiends, listen up. Attack together and kill him. He was extremely cautious. Even with the two Emperor weapons, he did not advance rashly and face the martial Dao Prime body alone. Instead, he summoned the fiends of White Bones sect to swarm forward together. Very good. The martial Dao Prime body looked at the thousands of fiends charging over and nodded slightly. Suddenly, two pitch-black flames rose in his eyes beneath the silver mask. The next moment, the aura of the martial Dao Prime body changed drastically. He stood there motionlessly, looking sinister and terrifying, as though he was an envoy from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Sect Master White Bones felt his heart skip a beat. Without hesitation, he stopped in his tracks and retreated. Sensing the actions of Sect Master White Bones, Old Man Skeleton reacted extremely quickly and did not charge forward with the fiends. Phew! Right then, a black flame appeared beneath the feet of the martial Dao Prime body and spread rapidly in all directions. The incoming fiends of White Bones sect did not have time to dodge and fell into the black sea of flames in the blink of an eye. The black flames did not have any searing sensation. Instead, they were sinister and could trigger the deepest pain in every cultivator's heart. Hellfire! Ah! 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 Many fiend cultivators let out tragic cries as their features contorted. With menacing expressions, they tore at their own flesh continuously as though they had gone mad. The fiend cultivators did not seem like they could feel any pain as they were covered in injuries from their own tearing and blood gushed out. Some of them tore off large pieces of flesh and even revealed white bones without stopping. Everyone's bodies, noses, mouths and eyes were emitting black flames as they struggled and shrieked in the sea of flames. It was not that they could not feel pain. It was because compared to the pain caused by the black flames in their bodies, the pain of their skin and hair was nothing. With the martial Dao Prime body as the center, the black flames spread in all directions, forming a gigantic black lotus flower that trapped thousands of fiends from White Bones sect within no one could escape. What is this? Old Man Skeleton had a horrified expression as though he had seen a ghost. Although he managed to survive the calamity and was not tainted by the black flames, he was almost scared out of his wits when he saw that. Even if they were attacked by the living beings of Avicii, it would not be as tragic and shocking as the scene before them. Impossible. Sect Master White Bones's eyes widened in disbelief as he grit his teeth. We can't use our essence spirits, divine powers or secret skills in Avicii. How did he break the laws of Avicii? Avicii was a world of its own and contained the laws formed by the Dharmic Tao of the infinite great emperor. Even immortal kings and emperors would be restricted. Although the martial Dao Prime body had entered the true martial realm, he was only at the perfected one-realm equivalents of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos and could not release divine powers or secret skills. However, there was a flame in Avicii that could never be extinguished. Hellfire. The birth of the black flames contained the true intent of pain from millions of living beings. It was created from Avicii and did not require heaven and earth essence chi to begin with. Chapter 2346, 2346 What's your name? 2346 What's your name? I'm Xia Tianhong of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Greetings, exalted Immortal. When Xia Tianhong saw the martial Tao Prime Body walk over, he hurried forward and smiled. We've already killed these small fries from the Fiend Domain. It was nothing much, Fufu. Perfected Immortal Jingyu cupped his fists and praised, fellow Taoist, it's truly a blessing for the heavenly world that White Bones sect will be destroyed now that you've killed Sect Master White Bones. Fellow Taoist, you sure are capable. I've never seen anyone like you in my life. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon lamented, back then, I was fortunate enough to participate in a grand event of the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain and witness the glory of the Supreme Perfected Immortal. However, compared to you, even he is inferior. Xia Tianhong and the other two walked forward and praised, expressing their goodwill. The martial Tao Prime Body did not say anything the entire time. The silver mask was cold and expressionless. Not far away, Su Zimo suddenly sneered and looked at Xia Tianhong and the other two mockingly. What are you laughing at? Xia Tianhong glared at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, your rudeness is an act of disrespect towards this exalted immortal here. The blame was pinned on Su Zimo without even giving him a chance to explain things. Yunzhu and Imo Qing frowned. Xia Tianhong was way too sinister, it was clear that he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Xia Tianhong observed the martial Tao Prime Body as he said that. However, the martial Tao Prime Body wore a silver mask and his eyes were deep like an ancient well without any fluctuations. Xia Tianhong could not read his mind either. Xia Tianhong probed, exalted immortal, this person was disrespectful to you. As long as you allow it, I'll kill him. The three of you don't even know that you're about to die. Su Zimo had a mocking expression and said indifferently, there's something you guys might not know yet. At that point, he paused for a moment. For some unknown reason, Perfected Immortal Jingyu and Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon suddenly felt uneasy. It was as though Su Zimo's next words would bring about a calamity for them. Su Zimo raised his hand and pointed to the martial Tao Prime Body with a faint smile. He's here to help me. Xia Tianhong and the other two were stunned and their expressions froze. Yunzhu had thought of countless possibilities previously but she had never thought that the purple-robed man would know Su Zimo. That was because of something that happened in the battle earlier on. While suppressing Sect Master White Bones, the purple-robed man took the Hell Suppression Tripod for himself. In Yunzhu's opinion, if the two of them knew one another, why would the purple-robed man do such a thing? Something's not right. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon frowned with a bewildered expression. He thought of the Hell Suppression Tripod as well and shook his head. This fellow Taoist came to help you? Absolutely impossible. There's no need for you to put on a bluff here. Piak. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body attacked and slapped the top of Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon's head. It was too fast. Notwithstanding the fact that Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon was unprepared, even if he had seen the attack from the martial Tao Prime Body coming, he would not have been able to defend against it. Suddenly, Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon's head received a tremendous force and caved into his chest from the slap. It exploded within and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Xia Tianhong and Perfected Immortal Jingyu stood at the side and shuddered in fear. Perfected Immortal Imperial Dragon died just like that. The purple-robed man before them did it as simply as though he was crushing an ant. See, I'm really not bluffing. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and spread his hands. Furthermore, I even reminded you guys out of goodwill to escape as soon as possible. Unfortunately. Fellow Taoist, let me explain. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu took a deep breath and looked at the martial Tao Prime Body, as though he wanted to say something. The martial Tao Prime Body attacked once more. It was the same backhand slap. This time round, Perfected Immortal Jing Yu was prepared and could see everything clearly. He raised his arms hurriedly above his head, wanting to defend against the attack of the martial Tao Prime Body before turning to escape. However, when the palm of the martial Tao Prime Body landed on his arms, he realized that he could not escape. Although it seemed like a simple palm strike, it released a shocking might that could not be defended against. Crack! Although Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's arms were broken, he could not defend against the palm of the martial Tao Prime Body. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No matter how the mantis waved its arms, it could not reverse the outcome of being crushed to death as the chariot charged over. Piak! The palm of the martial Tao Prime Body slapped the top of Perfected Immortal Jing Yu's head. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu shuddered and his gaze gradually dimmed. He fell limply and died. Two Perfected Immortals were slapped to death by the martial Tao Prime Body. Xia Tianhong's legs trembled and his face turned pale. However, he was a prince of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom after all and ruled over a territory. He had seen many storms. At that moment, he tried his best to compose himself and his mind circulated rapidly as he thought of countermeasures. Fellow Taoist Su, please show mercy. Xia Tianhong squeezed out a smile and begged, I was wrong this time round and attacked you repeatedly because I was blinded. As long as you're willing to let me off, I can swear that I won't make things difficult for you in the future. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, totally unmoved. Xia Tianhong had tried to kill him twice and he would not show mercy either. Xia Tianhong turned to look at the martial Tao Prime Body. Exalted Immortal, my father is the Immortal King of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. As long as you're willing to spare my life, no matter what your needs are, I can seek permission from my father to grant them. Pausing for a moment, he made a firm resolution and grit his teeth. Fellow Taoist, if you kill me, given my father's methods, it'll be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain in his rage. Xia Tianhong had already thrown caution to the wind and was even threatening in his words. All right, let him look for me in the Fiend Domain. The martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently and waved his hand. Bang! The sleeves of the martial Tao Prime Body struck Xia Tianhong and sent him flying. While Xia Tianhong was still in midair, he exploded into a blood mist and his essence spirit was destroyed. Naturally, the martial Tao Prime Body would not give them any chance when he attacked. Is he really here to help you? Yunzhu turned to Su Zimo and asked softly. That's right. Su Zimo nodded. In the upper world, the martial Tao Prime Body was his greatest foundation and secret, there was no way he could reveal this identity casually. The martial Tao Prime Body wore the Mara mask. Not only could it conceal his appearance and isolate his spirit consciousness, even his voice would change when he spoke through the mask. Therefore, as long as the martial Tao Prime Body did not remove his mask, no one would know his identity and background. Are you from the Fiend Domain? Right then, Mo Qing asked softly. Yes. The thoughts of the martial Tao Prime Body were focused on the Hell Suppression Tripod in his consciousness. He did not look at Mo Qing and merely replied casually. Mo Qing thought to herself, there's nothing much about the Fiend Domain. There are good people in the Fiend Domain as well. What? She looked at the martial Tao Prime Body and hesitated. The martial Tao Prime Body was immersed in the Hell Suppression Tripod and did not notice her. A moment later, Mo Qing took a deep breath and asked weakly, as though she had mustered immense courage, What's your name? The martial Tao prime body was silent. A long time later, he said, Desolate Marshal. Chapter 2347, 2347 Ruling Hell. 2347 Ruling Hell. Desolate Marshal. Mo Qing chanted internally. When she heard that title, Yun Zhu fell into deep thought. She recalled the many ancient books she had read up till this point of her cultivation and wanted to find clues about Desolate Marshal. However, she could not figure anything out even after thinking for a long time. She had definitely not heard of Desolate Marshal. Even Desolate Marshal's methods earlier on were not things she had witnessed before. The martial Tao prime body remained silent and closed his eyes, immersed in the hell suppression tripod and sensing the changes within. The hell suppression tripod was once an emperor weapon. Even if its cultivation realm fell, now that the four sacred souls within were awakened, it was at least a sentient dharmic treasure. The Green Lotus true body was only a grade 2 heaven immortal. Even if his essence spirit realm was higher and he was at the level of a grade 4 heaven immortal, he would not be able to truly refine the hell suppression tripod. After the martial Tao prime body entered the true martial realm, he was equivalent to a perfected immortal and his essence spirit had already reached the perfected immortal realm. Therefore, when the essence spirit of the martial Tao prime body refined the hell suppression tripod in his consciousness, he gradually discovered many secrets and was delighted. The hell suppression tripod was the key to Avicii. The martial Tao prime body refined the hell suppression tripod and gradually established a connection with it. Through the hell suppression tripod, the martial Tao prime body could sense everything in Avicii. It was an extremely mysterious feeling. Apart from greater Avicii, everything in Avicii, including the living beings of hell, seemed to be able to be reflected in the mind of the martial Tao prime body through the hell suppression tripod. The martial Tao prime body, hell suppression tripod and Avicii had established a close connection. The situation of the 16 lesser hell in Avicii as well as the environment and terrain within appeared clearly in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. At that moment, a realization flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. With the help of the hell suppression tripod, he had already gained initial control of Avicii and became its master. Avicii formed a world of its own and was isolated into 16 lesser hells. Every single lesser hell was boundless. However, even though he was standing here, the martial Tao prime body could make use of the hell suppression tripod to extend his senses to every corner of Avicii. As long as he wanted to, he could know everything that happened in Avicii. Many experts were buried in Avicii and countless treasures were left behind. All those treasures would belong to the martial Tao prime body. Of course, the greatest help and improvement for the martial Tao prime body might not be treasures, but the inheritances left behind in Avicii by many experts. The experts who were trapped here in the past would be indignant and preserve their inheritances in various forms before their deaths, waiting for fated people. For example, Senior Yudaozi's inheritance was left in the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting. Some experts might carve their inheritances in the form of words. If he could smelt all of those inheritances, it would be of immense help to the martial Tao prime body as he continued to deduce the dharmic formulation of the martial Tao. There were close to 2 eras of civilization buried in Avicii. Wielding Avicii did not merely mean that he could obtain the treasures here. This also meant that the martial Tao prime body would become the successor of the 2 eras of civilization. There was a high chance that the martial Tao prime body could create a brand new civilization and era through the experience of those 2 eras. On the other side, when Yun Zhu saw that the martial Tao prime body was silent the entire time, she turned to Su Zimo and asked softly, "Are you very close to Desolate Marshal?" "Very." Su Zimo nodded as he thought to himself, "We're not just close, we're the same person." Yun Zhu frowned slightly in confusion. The relationship between Su Zimo and Desolate Marshal gave her a strange feeling. If they were very close, why did the two of them not say a single word or even exchange glances after Desolate Marshal appeared? If their relationship was ordinary, why would desolate Marshall descend here and kill all the fiends of White Bones sect and even Xia Tianhong and the other two without a second word? What's his background? Yun Zhu asked. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, he was also someone from the lower worlds in the past. Later on, he ascended to the fiend domain and established Tianhuang sect. Right now, he's the sect master of Tianhuang sect. Tianhuang sect? Yun Zhu shook her head gently. She had never heard of this faction. The territory of the fiend domain was vast and there were countless sects and factions of various sizes. There were countless black-grade sects like Tianhuang sect. How could Yun Zhu have heard of them? What should we do now? Yun Zhu asked again. Su Zimo had a relaxed expression as he pointed at the martial Dao prime body. It's fine, he can send us out of here. After the martial Dao prime body controlled the hell suppression tripod, the laws of Avicii no longer affected him. In fact, he could even rely on the hell suppression tripod to tear through space in Avicii and arrive at various locations in this hell rapidly. The martial Dao prime body could also sense that there was an intersection between every 4 of the 16 lesser hells. They were the spatial nodes of Avicii. There were 4 such spatial nodes in Avicii that corresponded to the 4 tripod walls of the hell suppression tripod. As long as he summoned the power of the sacred soul on the corresponding tripod wall of the hell suppression tripod, he could break through the spatial node and teleport the living beings of hell out. The cave they were in right now was one such spatial node. That was the reason why no living beings of hell entered this place. Even without the hell suppression tripod, the strength of Emperor Realm experts was enough to break through such spatial nodes. 1,000 years ago, Emperor Bo Sun broke through a spatial node and left. However, if the hell suppression tripod was suppressed in Avicii, even the power of an emperor would not be able to break through the 4 spatial nodes. The mind of the martial Dao prime body was still immersed in the hell suppression tripod. His perception extended continuously as he searched for the Siraka fruit. Su Zimo had another important motive for coming here, the Siraka fruit. The martial Dao prime body exclaimed softly and his eyes lit up in joy. As his senses extended, he caught sight of an old friend from Tianhuang mainland in Avicii. However, immediately after, the expression of the martial Dao prime body darkened and he exuded a chilling killing intent. The martial Dao prime body summoned the hell suppression tripod and struck the void before him gently. The void trembled and split apart instantly, revealing a dark spatial tunnel that led to an unknown place. The martial Dao prime body entered in a flash. Su Zimo followed closely behind. He stood in front of the spatial tunnel and paused for a moment. If Mo Qing and Yun Zhu were still here, they might encounter some danger. It was better to bring the 2 of them along. Senior sister, fellow Daoist Yun Zhu, follow me. Su Zimo turned back and said. Mo Qing did not hesitate or worry about where the spatial tunnel led to and stepped in behind the martial Dao prime body. Yun Zhu's poison injuries had not healed and her combat strength had not recovered. However, she could move freely. She went forward as well and entered the tunnel alongside Su Zimo. Chapter 2348, 2348 Old Friends. 2348 Old Friends. In a corner of Avicii, 2 monks stood. They were covered in blood and looked extremely wretched. They must have experienced countless dangers along the way. At the front was a middle-aged monk. He was tall and burly with raised brows and widened eyes, resembling an enraged Vajra. Behind the tall monk was a young monk. He looked much thinner and lowered his head, chanting the Ksitigarbha Buddhist sutras continuously. The tall monk gazed ahead with a fervent excitement in his widened eyes. There was a figure sitting in a lotus position. He had existed for a long time but the flesh on his body showed no signs of decay. His skin was rosy like a living person. However, there was no longer any life in that figure's body. Beside the figure were a few fruits. Not far away, there was an ancient tree that was in tatters. Although its leaves were withered, its trunk was still intact. I've finally found Founder Master Ananda's inheritance. The tall monk looked at that figure and could not help but burst into laughter. As long as I inherit Founder Master Ananda's inheritance, I'll have a chance of condensing a grotto heaven and becoming an immortal king, becoming the abbot of Vesa Monastery. The young monk did not reply and continued chanting his Buddhist sutras. The tall monk took a deep breath and strode forward, prepared to receive the inheritance of Founder Master Ananda. However, when he was 100 feet away from Founder Master Ananda, he was blocked by an unimaginably repulsive force. A golden halo gradually appeared within Founder Master Ananda's body and spread rapidly, forming a barrier with a radius of 100 feet that isolated the tall monk. Bang! 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 No matter how the tall monk charged, he could not break through the golden barrier. Founder Master Ananda, why won't you let me in? The tall monk was enraged and hollered, I'm Arhat Buchen of Vesa Monastery. I'm the only one qualified to receive your inheritance. The golden halo showed no signs of diminishing. The young monk's head was still slightly lowered as he chanted sutras. Stop chanting. When the tall monk saw that Ananda's inheritance was within reach but he could not obtain it, he felt frustrated and could not help but scold indignantly, I'm an Arhat of Vesa Monastery who condensed the Arhat Dao fruit. Why is Founder Master Ananda stopping me? Senior Brother Buchen, you brought 10,000 monks from Vesa Monastery into Avicii this time round. Now that we're here, there's only the two of us left. Humph. Arhat Buchen harumphed coldly and said slowly, you possess the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. You should understand the spirit of selfless sacrifice better than anyone else. Their sacrifices will allow Founder Master Ananda's inheritance to see the light of day once more. This is the fortune of Vesa Monastery and their merits are immeasurable. The young monk shook his head gently. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sacrificed himself to save all living beings. As for you, you sacrificed others to accomplish yourself. The difference between Buddha and fiends lies in their intent. Senior brother, you've already turned into a fiend. How can you obtain the recognition of Founder Master Ananda? Arhat Buchen's expression darkened as he said coldly, how dare a mere earth immortal like you lecture me? If I hadn't protected you along the way, you would have been torn apart by those living beings of hell given your combat strength. Senior Brother Buchen, you must have other motives for protecting me, right? The young monk said indifferently. Arhat Buchen raised his brow, seemingly surprised. After a moment of silence, he said, there's no harm in telling you openly. I need you to hand over the cultivation technique of the Ksitigarbha golden body. And if I don't? The young monk asked. Arhat Buchen smiled. It's not appropriate for me to attack you in Vesa Monastery. However, there's only the two of us in Avicii right now. No matter how I torture you, no one else will know. If that doesn't work, I can even use the soul-searching art on you. Although the soul-searching art could search one's memories, there was a high chance it would fail. Furthermore, lineage memories like the Ksitigarbha golden body were almost always protected and it was difficult to obtain them even if one's soul was searched. The young monk had an indifferent expression and his eyes were clear without any fear. He said calmly, if I reveal the cultivation technique of the Ksitigarbha golden body, you will probably get rid of me right away, senior brother. Arhat Buchen's gaze was dark. Initially, he thought that this young monk was simple-minded and focused on Zen cultivation, chanting sutras and paying respects to Buddha all day long. This was somebody naive and knew nothing about schemes and plots. To think that his junior brother would expose his plans with a single sentence. Arhat Buchen was frustrated to begin with because he could not get close to Founder Master Ananda or obtain the inheritance. Now that the young monk was still so calm in the face of his threat, he was even more frustrated. Arhat Buchen took a step forward and reached out, grabbing the young monk by the throat and lifting him up. He said coldly, "Junior brother, I don't have much patience. You had better tell me the complete cultivation secret skill and I can give you a swift death so that you won't be tortured." The young monk's throat was gripped and he could not breathe, causing his face to flush red. However, his gaze was still calm and his eyes were clear. He looked at Arhat Buchen with a hint of pity. Right then, a crack appeared in the void beside the two monks. A purple-robed cultivator with a silver mask strode out. His eyes were deep as he glared at Arhat Buchen coldly with a chilling killing intent. Immediately after, Su Zimo, Mo Qing and Yun Zhu arrived as well. Ming Zhen. Su Zimo was delighted when he saw the young monk and shouted. The two true bodies had ascended to the heavenly world for thousands of years but only met two old friends from Tianhuang mainland. Among them, the Thunder Emperor, Feng Cantian, was an expert of the primordial era. To be precise, Su Zimo had only met a single old friend from Tianhuang mainland in this generation, the Azura, Yen Beichen. To think that he would be able to meet Ming Zhen in Avicii. "Who are you guys?" Arhat Buchen looked at Su Zimo and the others and narrowed his eyes slightly with a grim expression. He still gripped Ming Zhen's throat while using him as a shield. Phew! A gentle breeze blew past. Arhat Buchen felt his vision blur. Before he could react, the martial Dao prime body was already standing in front of him, gripping his wrist and exerting strength. Crack! Arhat Buchen's wrist was crushed by the martial Dao prime body. Ah! Arhat Buchen shrieked tragically. However, his cry stopped abruptly. The martial Dao prime body crushed Arhat Buchen's wrist and strode forward. With a single punch, he ruptured the latter's head and his essence spirit shattered, dying on the spot. Even the 10th on the perfected fiend ranking, Sect Master White Bones, could not defend against a single punch from the martial Dao prime body, let alone Arhat Buchen. Su Zimo hurried forward and supported Ming Zhen. "Junior brother Ming Xian." Ming Zhen looked at Su Zimo and greeted with an innocent and bright smile. His manner of addressing Su Zimo seemed to have brought the two of them back to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled. Now that they were reunited in the upper world after so many years, apart from joy, there was also melancholy. Chapter 2349, 2349 Inheritance. 2349 Inheritance. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Monk Daming had seen Ming Zhen. Despite Monk Daming's Dao heart cultivation, after he exchanged glances with Ming Zhen, he averted his gaze instinctively, lamenting, "The enraged gaze of a Vajra can't match the lowered gaze of a Bodhisattva." Even Monk Daming had to bow down to Ming Zhen in terms of attainments in Buddhism. It was clear how deep Ming Zhen's attainments in Buddhism were. It was only logical that Ming Zhen could ascend to the pure land of bliss. However, Su Zimo had not expected Ming Zhen to come to Avicii. "Patron, you are." Ming Zhen looked at the martial Dao prime body. Ming Zhen knew of the existence of the martial Dao prime body. However, he had never seen the latter wear the Mara mask and did not recognize him immediately. "He's desolate martial." With his back facing the two fairies, Su Zimo looked at Ming Zhen and winked as he spoke. The two of them had lived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years and spent time together. The chemistry between them was obvious. Ming Zhen nodded without saying anything more. Su Zimo pointed to Mo Qing and Yun Zhu. "I'm currently in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and have joined Heaven and Earth Academy. This is my senior sister, Painting Immortal Mo Qing. This is Book Immortal Yun Zhu. Greetings, fellow Taoists." Ming Zhen's gaze was clear. Even when he saw the peerless beauties of the two fairies, there was no fluctuation in his eyes and he merely cupped his fists. The two fairies looked at Ming Zhen curiously as well. They had never seen anyone with such clear eyes. Su Zimo asked, How have you been all these years after your ascension? What's your current cultivation realm? Why did you come to Avicii? Mingzhen said, it's a long story. I only managed to join Vesa Monastery by some freak coincidence and am now a grade 9 Earth Immortal. Mingzhen ascended slightly later than Su Zimo. Su Zimo had obtained many opportunities and was only a grade 2 Heaven Immortal right now. It was already rare for Mingzhen to cultivate to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal. Mingzhen glanced at Arhat Buchen who had just died. As for why I'm in Avicii, I was completely forced and had no choice. At the side, Yunzhu pondered for a moment. Vesa Monastery, one of the 4 great Buddhist monasteries of the Pure Land of Bliss's Jambudvipa. 1,000 years ago, a heavenly king of Vesa Monastery died in the hands of Emperor Bosun. The founder master of Vesa Monastery's monastery is Emperor Ananda. Ananda is a Tao title in Sanskrit that translates to joy and celebration. It's said that Emperor Ananda was buried in Avicii. Mingzhen nodded and looked at the figure that was filled with a golden glow not far away. This is the corpse of founder Master Ananda. Su Zimo turned back and his heart skipped a beat. Emperor Ananda had died for countless years. To think that his body would still be intact and indestructible. The martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the scene of Emperor Bosun revealing his fiend form. A golden light appeared and helped them defend against Emperor Bosun. The golden light that Emperor Bosun referred to was Ananda. Su Zimo smiled. It's a blessing in disguise for you. If you hadn't come to Avicii, I don't know when we would have had the chance to meet again. Furthermore, Emperor Ananda's inheritance should have been preserved. Mingzhen, this is an opportunity that belongs to you. Go and accept the inheritance. Mingzhen shook his head gently. Buddhism purifies all living beings. Everyone who is here has an equal chance of obtaining Emperor Ananda's inheritance. We're not monks of the Buddhist monasteries. How can we pass through this golden barrier? Yunzhu asked. Mingzhen said, the final barrier left behind by founder Master Ananda does not depend on one's cultivation background. For example, senior brother Buchen was from the Buddhist monasteries. Although he cultivated to become an arhat, his heart has already fallen into the fiend Tao and he can't enter. Simply put, the golden halo left behind by Emperor Ananda still depended on the aura of each person and whether it was compatible with him. If one had a deep comprehension of Buddhism, they could enter as well. Mingzhen advanced and indeed, the golden halo did not stop him and he advanced extremely smoothly. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo went forward to give it a try as well. The golden halo did not stop him too. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo had a deep understanding of Buddhism. After ascending, he cultivated the taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Although it could not compare to Mingzhen, it far surpassed most Buddhist cultivators. Mingzhen arrived before Emperor Ananda successfully and assumed a lotus position. When Su Zimo was 10 feet away from Emperor Ananda, he was met with immense resistance and could not advance. When they saw that, the 2 fairies were curious and advanced one after another. However, neither of them could enter the golden halo. The 2 of them came from the 9 firmament immortal domain and knew nothing about Buddhism. Coupled with the fact that their auras were quite different from the Buddhist monasteries, they were ostracized. The martial Tao Prime Body was silent for a moment before suddenly advancing. Yunzhu shook her head gently. Although she did not say anything, she had already predicted that Desolate Marshal would not be able to enter. Desolate Marshal came from the Fiend domain and wore the Mara mask. There was a high chance that he had already obtained the inheritance of Emperor Bozunhao. Could he be recognized by Emperor Ananda? Indeed. When the martial Tao Prime Body advanced, he was blocked by the golden halo and could not enter. The martial Tao Prime Body did not retreat. His eyes were deep and emotionless as his aura changed drastically. His body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole. The martial Tao prime body turned into chaos from head to toe. There were no immortal, Buddhist, or fiend Taos. It was a completely different aura. The golden halo could not sense the origin of that aura either. The martial Tao prime body seemed to be shrouded by a layer of fog as he strode in. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body arrived before Ananda as well. The two fairies were dumbfounded. What was up with desolate martial? He was clearly from the fiend domain, but he obtained the recognition of Emperor Ananda. Right now, there were two people in front of Emperor Ananda, Mingzhen and the martial Tao prime body. Su Zimo was slightly further away. The inheritance of Emperor Ananda did not appear even after a long time. It was as though the inheritance he left behind had not expected such a situation. A moment later, two golden beams of light burst forth from Emperor Ananda's glabella and entered Mingzhen and the martial Tao prime body's bodies. This meant that Mingzhen and the martial Tao prime body would inherit the inheritance of Emperor Ananda at the same time. A sutra appeared in the mind of the martial Tao prime body, the Agama Sutra. It was as though a voice was narrating the contents of the sutra in the mind of the martial Tao prime body, imparting the Tao and Buddhism. Mingzhen listened intently. However, the martial Tao prime body did not take it to heart. Instead, he flipped through the contents of the Agama Sutra. He would not cultivate this Buddhist sutra. Instead, he would fuse it into the martial Tao furnace and absorb the profoundness of the Dharmic Tao within. Firstly, this Agama Sutra was definitely inferior to the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Secondly, it was enough for the martial Tao prime body to obtain the inheritance. Thirdly, he caught sight of the Saraka fruit not far away and a relatively intact trunk of the Ashoka tree. Chapter 2350, 2350 Flower World. 2350 Flower World. Su Zimo went forward and placed a few Saraka fruits and the damaged tree trunk in a separate storage bag to keep. If he could absorb and refine such a thick trunk completely, he had a chance of attaining greater mastery of the Grade 11 Green Lotus True Body, and his cultivation realm would advance by leaps and bounds. However, Su Zimo had no such plans for the time being. Although the Ashoka tree trunk did not have any life force and was dilapidated, it was mostly whole with its branches intact. Su Zimo had a bold thought. If he could revive the Ashoka tree, it would create an even greater value. Of course, the possibility of that was extremely low. Even if he could not succeed, Su Zimo could accept it as well. At that time, he would just absorb and refine the Ashoka tree trunk. Su Zimo patrolled the vicinity as he walked. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the fingertip of Emperor Ananda and gradually froze. Emperor Ananda held a Saraka flower in his fingers. The Saraka flower had long withered. However, when Su Zimo focused his gaze, he realized that there was another universe in the Saraka flower, as though it contained a boundless world. Su Zimo looked at the Saraka flower and could not help but immerse himself in it. This world looked familiar, with 9 mountains, 8 oceans, and 4 continents. At the edge of this world, there was a circle of pitch-black mountain ranges. When Su Zimo saw the mountain range, his first reaction was Great Tai Wei Mountain. This world was the pure land of bliss. Great Tai Wei Mountain was also known as Great Vajrawheel Mountain. The mountain range was way too long and almost endless, surrounding the entire pure land of bliss and forming a clear boundary. Although Su Zimo passed by this mountain range, he could not get a full view of it. Right now, Su Zimo's mind was immersed in the Saraka flower. He seemed to have become a bystander as he arrived above the pure land of bliss and looked down. He could see the full appearance of Great Vajrawheel Mountain. A mysterious feeling gradually reverberated in Su Zimo's mind. In the lower worlds, he had once cultivated a Dharmic seal called the Great Vajrawheel Seal. After ascending, although the Dharmic seal could also be released with heaven and earth essence chi, its power was ordinary. However, at that moment, when he saw Great Vajrawheel Mountain with his own eyes, he felt something and gradually understood the deeper meaning and truth of the Great Vajrawheel Seal. The existence of Great Vajrawheel Mountain was the natural barrier of the pure land of bliss and was indestructible. Be it Vajrawheel Mountain or Great Vajrawheel Mountain, it was the same. In the battle that killed Emperor Bo-sun back then, where more than 20 emperors attacked, Great Vajrawheel Mountain could not be shattered even when the Ashoka tree was destroyed. When released, that Dharmic seal was meant to be indestructible. At the same time, Su Zimo came to a realization. Emperor Ananda hid his Dharmic Tao in the world of the Saraka flower and passed it down. The process of imparting the technique was rather mysterious. Under normal circumstances, even if Su Zimo cultivated to the perfected immortal realm, he would not be able to see the full appearance of Great Vajrawheel Mountain. That was because the territory of the pure land of bliss was way too vast and the gaze of a perfected immortal could not take in the entire Great Vajrawheel Mountain. Therefore, Su Zimo had no chance of comprehending the essence of the Great Vajrawheel Seal. However, Emperor Ananda hid Great Vajrawheel Mountain and even the entire pure land of bliss within the Saraka flower. It had a mysterious feeling of a mustard seed that could accommodate a mountain. Su Zimo looked at Great Vajrawheel Mountain in the Saraka flower and conjured the Great Vajrawheel Seal in his hands. He repeatedly tried to comprehend the intent of indestructibility and was completely immersed, forgetting where he was. The two fairies were surprised when they saw that. Initially, there were only 2 golden beams of light on Emperor Ananda's glabella that entered Mingzhen and the martial Tao Prime Body's bodies. But now, another golden beam of light shot into Su Zimo's body from the withered Saraka flower held by Emperor Ananda's fingertip. This is... Mo Qing was puzzled. Yun Zhu said, fellow Taoist Su is truly amazing. He has also obtained the recognition of Emperor Ananda and is receiving the inheritance of the Dharmic Tao. Furthermore, this Dharmic Tao originates from the Saraka flower and seems different from the one of Desolate Marshal and Mingzhen. After a long time, Su Zimo was finally able to grasp the essence and profoundness of the Great Vajrawheel Seal before stopping. However, his mind did not leave the Saraka flower and continued exploring. Before long, his gaze landed in the center of the pure land of bliss. There stood a tall and mighty mountain peak. It was majestic and exuded an incomparably heavy pressure that was suffocating. Mount Meru. The center of the pure land of bliss. The moment he saw Mount Meru, Su Zimo knew that the great Mount Meru seal he comprehended in the lower worlds was way too superficial. The great Mount Meru seal that he had once condensed was merely in form and did not have the divine charm of this mountain. One could only comprehend the essence of the great Mount Meru seal after witnessing this legendary sacred mountain of the Buddhist monasteries personally. The essence of the great Vajrawheel seal could be called toughness. In that case, the essence of the great Mount Meru seal could be called heavy. It was extremely majestic and filled with heavy might. In the entire upper world, Mount Meru was the heaviest mountain peak. The Dharmic seal in Su Zimo's hands changed and began to evolve the great Mount Meru seal continuously, comprehending the Dharmic Tao left behind by Emperor Ananda in the Saraka flower. As time passed by, Su Zimo gradually comprehended something. He let out a long breath and withdrew his consciousness from the Saraka flower. Right then, the Saraka flower in the hands of Emperor Ananda dissipated silently, turning into dust that scattered in the air with the wind. There's a saying in Buddhism that a flower creates a world. To think that I would be lucky enough to meet you today. Thank you for imparting the Tao, Senior. Su Zimo lamented internally and bowed deeply towards Emperor Ananda. At the same time, the golden light between Emperor Ananda, Mingzhen and the martial Tao Prime Body dimmed gradually and eventually dissipated. Immediately after, Emperor Ananda's body dissipated bit by bit in front of everyone and disappeared into the void. The reason why the flesh and body of Emperor Ananda was preserved so well was entirely because of his Dharmic Tao. Now that his Tao inheritance was imparted, his shell dissipated as well. Ming Zhen knelt before Emperor Ananda and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. There was only one fiend vanquishing staff left where Emperor Ananda Saturday. Even after so many years, the fiend vanquishing staff was still filled with a faint golden light. The fiend vanquishing staff was emblazoned with the word joy. This was the Destiny Emperor weapon of Emperor Ananda in the past. Ananda was a Sanskrit Tao title that meant joy and celebration. Ming Zhen looked at the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently. Take it, I don't need it. You inherited the Dharmic Tao of Emperor Ananda and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. You're the only one who can unleash the true power of this Emperor weapon. Chapter 2351, 2351 We're all on the same side. 2351 We're all on the same side. Be it Su Zimo or Ming Zhen, they were already on the brink of a breakthrough after receiving the inheritance of Emperor Ananda. However, because there was no heaven and earth essence chi in Avicii, their cultivation realms showed no signs of changing. If the two of them were to leave this place and absorb heaven and earth essence chi, they would break through right away. Tens of thousands of monks from Vesa Monastery have died here. If you're the only one who returned safely, you'll probably be in endless trouble. The martial Tao prime body said, I have a faction in the fiend domain. Why don't you follow me to the fiend domain? There's an old friend from Tianhuang mainland there as well. All right. Ming Zhen nodded. As long as one is dedicated to the Buddha, they can cultivate anywhere, be it the fiend domain or the pure land. I'm from the lower worlds. Although I was able to join Vesa Monastery after ascending to the pure land of bliss all these years, I've never felt any sense of belonging. Ming Zhen did not say it explicitly, but Su Zimo already understood. All these years, he had encountered countless injustices in the divine firmament immortal domain because he came from the lower worlds. Although he joined Heaven and Earth Academy, there were still many cultivators discussing his background in secret. In the divine firmament immortal domain, he killed his way through, destroying the execution guards and obtaining the top of the earth ranking. He killed many paragons and condensed the 10th stone step on the Tao Heart stairs, creating many unprecedented records. Even so, he was targeted by people. How could it be any better off for Ming Zhen, who never bothered about worldly affairs? Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Thunder Emperor, Feng Cantian, was domineering and talented. However, in the end, he was imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years. Even after he managed to break free, he was tortured and severely injured, only able to flee far away into the fiend domain. After this matter, be it the Green Lotus True Body or the Martial Tao Prime Body, they were prepared to leave Avicii and return to Heaven and Earth Academy and the fiend domain respectively. However, there was still something strange about this matter of Avicii. Avicii did not have any cracks at all. Even immortal kings would die here if they entered it. Where did that news come from and how did it spread through the heavenly world? Was it done on purpose or was it leaked by accident? Out of caution, Su Zimo decided to separate his 2 true bodies and leave Avicii at different times one after another. At that thought, the martial Tao Prime Body came before Mo Qing and handed over the divine ghost immortal fiend painting in his hands. This painting should be yours, right? Earlier on, he suppressed sect master White Bones and comprehended the secret of the hell suppression tripod. Immediately after, he appeared to save Ming Zhen and did not manage to return the painting to Mo Qing. The martial Tao Prime Body said, if there's nothing else, I'll send you guys out of this place right now. Yun Zhu frowned slightly and glanced at Su Zimo beside her, feeling anxious for him. The hell suppression tripod was taken away by Desolate Marshal, but it was never returned. Yun Zhu had witnessed this and remembered it in her heart. But now, Su Zimo's expression was calm and there was nothing unusual about him, as though he had forgotten about this matter completely. Even now that they were about to leave, Su Zimo did not seem like he had any intention of asking for it. When Yunzhu saw the martial Tao prime body return the divine ghost immortal fiend painting to Mo Qing, she felt that it was a suitable opportunity. At that thought, she looked at the martial Tao prime body and smiled. "Fellow Taoist desolate martial, thank you for saving us this time round." The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly without saying anything. Yunzhu changed the topic. "However, there's something I want to tell you, fellow Taoist. The bronze square tripod you obtained after suppressing sect master White Bones belongs to my friend. I believe that you definitely have no intention of taking it for yourself. Perhaps you've forgotten about this matter, so I'll take the liberty to remind you. Please forgive me if I've offended you." No matter what, Desolate Marshal had just saved them. Therefore, Yunzhu spoke with politeness. Su Zimo listened at the side and was curious what Yunzhu wanted to say to the martial Tao prime body. To think that he would be implicated with just a few words. He coughed gently. It's fine, it's fine. We're all on the same side." "Huh?" Yunzhu was stunned and looked at Su Zimo in confusion. Su Zimo explained hurriedly, "I'm very familiar with him. It's just a lousy tripod. Let him play with it. It's fine." Lousy tripod? Yunzhu was dumbfounded. The hell suppression tripod was an emperor weapon and might even be the key to wielding a Vici. No matter how close the two of them were, there was no way he could give away a treasure as such casually, right? Su Zimo thought for a moment. Well, he's just someone with a tough fist. Other than that, he's actually very poor and doesn't have any dermic treasures to protect himself. It's nothing much to give him a tripod. I've still got some lousy stuff here. In fact, I was vexed that I had no one to give them to." As he said that, Su Zimo opened his storage bag and rummaged through it. He caught sight of something in a corner. It was an ancient bronze lantern. He rolled up the bronze lantern with his robes and took it out of his storage bag, tossing it to the martial Tao prime body as he said casually, "Since this lousy lantern can't be lit, it's yours." That bronze lantern was the soul lantern Su Zimo obtained in the Emperor's tomb. The origin of the soul lantern was mysterious and it could absorb souls as oil to ignite with the flames of one's spirit consciousness. Back in the Emperor's tomb, the oil in the soul lantern had long been exhausted. Although Su Zimo had carried the soul lantern with him all these years, he had not discovered the origin of it. The reason why he rolled up the soul lantern with his robes was because once he touched it, his essence spirit and soul would be in danger of being absorbed by it. This soul lantern was definitely an extremely powerful treasure since even the hell suppression tripod could not devour and refine it. Back in the Emperor's tomb, the flames of the soul lantern could even isolate the curse of the Emperor's tomb. In the hands of the Green Lotus true body, the soul lantern was akin to a pearl covered in dust and he did not have the chance to use it. As for the martial Tao prime body, he had already smelted the hell suppression tripod and would return to Avicii in the future. If the time was right, the martial Tao prime body even wanted to explore greater Avicii. He could have greater confidence with the soul lantern by his side. Thanks to Yunzhu's question, Su Zimo took the chance to throw the soul lantern to the martial Tao prime body. When the martial Tao prime body saw the soul lantern fly over, he reached out and wanted to receive it. However, the moment his palm made contact with the soul lantern, his expression changed. The martial Tao prime body experienced the same situation when the Green Lotus true body first touched the soul lantern in the Emperor's tomb. His martial spirit was pulled by a powerful force and was about to enter the soul lantern. Once the martial spirit entered the soul lantern, it would become the oil of the soul lantern. The martial Tao prime body reacted extremely quickly and the martial spirit fire burned. Thereafter, he circulated the Fiend Obsession Sutra and activated the Mara mask, isolating the connection between his essence spirit and soul lantern. The suction force of the soul lantern weakened slightly. The martial Tao prime body retracted his hand hurriedly and waved his sleeves, sweeping up the soul lantern into his storage bag. The entire process happened in a flash. Naturally, no one could tell that the martial Tao prime body had just experienced immense danger in that instant. Chapter 2352, 2352 Light of Day. 2352 Light of Day. The two true bodies were telepathic, and the martial Tao prime body naturally knew about the characteristics of the soul lantern. The reason why he reached out to touch it was because he wanted to test if he could withstand the strange power of the soul lantern after entering the true martial realm and forging the true martial Tao body. Unfortunately, the martial Tao prime body could not withstand it either. If he could not wield the soul lantern, the martial Tao prime body had no intention of returning to Greater Avicii for the time being. After all, that was the core of Avicii. Even with the hell suppression tripod, the martial Tao prime body was not confident. Nobody knew what secrets were hidden in Greater Avicii. He would explore the 16 lesser hells first. If his cultivation could advance further and he could control the soul lantern, it would not be too late for him to re-enter Greater Avicii. When Yunzhu saw Su Zimo's stance, she could not say anything more. However, in the depths of her heart, she was still puzzled about the relationship between Su Zimo and Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. The martial Tao prime body said, "My strength is limited. Even if I can use the hell suppression tripod to open up a spatial node in Avicii, I won't be able to teleport you guys too far away." That did not matter. As long as they could leave Avicii, there would be a teleportation formation nearby and Su Zimo and the other two could teleport back. The martial Tao prime body summoned the hell suppression tripod and opened up a spatial node, revealing a tunnel that led out of hell. "Aren't you leaving with us?" Mo Qing was silent for a moment before raising her head. She looked at the martial Tao prime body and asked softly. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently. He had the hell suppression tripod with him and would not encounter danger even in Avicii. He was in no hurry to leave. Ming Zhen was prepared to follow him to the Fiend Domain and would not leave for the time being. Su Zimo and Yunzhu had already walked to the side of the spatial tunnel. Mo Qing was still standing on the spot motionlessly with her head lowered. It was unknown what she was thinking, but she looked distracted. "Senior sister?" Su Zimo called out in confusion. Mo Qing did not seem to have heard anything and continued standing there quietly. "That's far from the truth." Yunzhu rolled her eyes at Su Zimo with a fake smile. She turned to Mo Qing and reminded softly, "Sister Mo Qing, let's go." "Ah." Mo Qing seemed to have woken up from a dream and looked a little flustered. She raised her head and glanced at the martial Tao prime body before retracting her gaze hurriedly and turning to Su Zimo and Yunzhu. Yunzhu smiled and held Mo Qing's hand gently, saying to the martial Tao prime body, "Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, I can't thank you enough for saving me this time round. Let's meet again if we're fated." "Yes." The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly without any expression beneath his silver mask. It was not that he was pretending to be cold. It was just that the book Immortal, Yunzhu, was too smart. If he spoke too much, it was inevitable that he would reveal some flaws. "Right." Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body thought of something and said, "Both fellow Taoists, please don't spread the secret of Avicii and my affairs." "I won't." Mo Qing said immediately, "I can swear that I won't reveal a single word." Yunzhu was stunned for a moment before swearing that she would not spread it as well. The reason why she did not express her stance right away was because Desolate Marshal's words sounded strange to her. They were clearly standing together and Desolate Marshal's words were directed at the three of them. However, Desolate Marshal only said both fellow Taoists. It was understandable for him to say that. Excluding Su Zimo could naturally be explained as a deep friendship and trust between the two of them. However, Yunzhu could vaguely sense that there was more to it. She did not have much time to think and entered the spatial tunnel with Su Zimo and Mo Qing, leaving Avicii. Before long, a crack appeared above Azura Monastery and Su Zimo and the other two fell from it. Yunju's poison injuries had yet to recover. Mo Qing wrapped her arms around Yunju's slender waist and descended steadily. Avicii was sinister and dark everywhere. The atmosphere was tense and one could encounter danger at any moment. After leaving Avicii, the three of them felt relieved as though they had seen the light of day once more. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and an endless stream of heaven and earth essence qi surged into his body as though it was corporeal. It was like dew after a long drought as the green lotus true body absorbed heaven and earth essence qi wildly, nourishing his flesh, tendons, bones and essence spirit. Su Zimo was at the peak of a grade 2 heaven immortal and had been stuck for many years. Although he had a large number of cultivation resources, he could not break through the bottleneck. On this trip to hell, not only did he save the martial Dao prime body, he even obtained treasures such as the Siraka fruit and Ashoka tree trunk. He also obtained the inheritance of Emperor Ananda and comprehended 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries. Everything happened naturally as heaven and earth essence qi surged into his body continuously, forming a torrent that broke through the barrier. Su Zimo's aura surged and he broke through to the level 3 heaven essence realm within a few breaths after leaving Avicii. His essence spirit had already reached the peak of the level 5 heaven essence realm. The dragon phoenix and green lotus essence spirits were fused together and he cultivated the incomplete taboo mystic classic. His essence spirit realm had always surpassed his cultivation by 2 minor realms. Now that he cultivated the complete Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Su Zimo's essence spirit became even more condensed. If he continued cultivating, there was even a chance for his essence spirit to surpass him by 3 minor realms in the heaven essence realm. After Su Zimo broke through, he released his spirit consciousness and scanned the vicinity. A moment later, he retracted his spirit consciousness and was slightly disappointed. He did not see any traces of Prince Yuanzhua. This time round, on the side of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, only perfected Immortal Jing Yu entered Avicii and Prince Yuanzhua did not follow. That was the reason why Su Zimo thought that Prince Yuanzhua might still be nearby. From the looks of it, Prince Yuanzhua might have sensed that something was amiss and escaped from this place. Congratulations. Yunju smiled gently. Su Zimo smiled as well. He looked at Yunju's feet and asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's fine now," Yunju said. "Once I return to the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom and recuperate for a period of time, I'll be able to recover to normal." After saying that, their gazes seemed to meet casually. Yunju could not help but recall the scene in Avicii. At that time, Su Zimo was carrying her on his back and their bodies were almost touching. There were only a few layers of cloth between them and it was extremely intimate. Back then, the situation was critical and they were in hell. While it was a little embarrassing, it was nothing much considering the emergency. Now that she thought about it, Yunju could not help but feel strange. He. Right then, a strange laughter sounded. It was distant and close at the same time, erratic and sinister. "We've waited for so long. To think that our opportunities would fall on these 3 juniors." Another voice sounded. A third voice sighed faintly. "Although the price is a little high, no matter what, it has finally arrived." Chapter 2353, 2353 8 Heavenly Kings. 2353 8 Heavenly Kings. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Yunju had a grim expression as well. She had long suspected that there seemed to be an invisible hand behind this matter that was killing many cultivators. To think that the 3 of them would be targeted the moment they came out of Avicii. Furthermore, from their tone, they did not seem friendly. Right then, 8 figures appeared out of thin air around the 3 of them and walked over slowly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before them. All 8 of them wore monk robes and should be from the pure land of bliss. They were extremely old and looked lethargic. Slapping her storage bag, Mo Qing took out her destiny painting book and opened it, prepared to tear off the painting paper at any moment. Now that they had left Avicii in her essence, spirit was not restricted, Mo Qing could release her complete strength as a perfected immortal. Mo Qing had poured all her effort into this painting book. Yunzhu had once said that if Mo Qing was truly enraged and tore all the paintings on the painting book, the living beings inside would be released, and that would be a terrifying army. Even if the remaining 3 great fairies joined forces, they would have to avoid her. Junior, give up. Your methods are child's play in front of us. A monk said indifferently. At the same time, the void behind the monk collapsed and a grotto heaven appeared. It shone with a Buddhist light and Sanskrit sounded with a terrifying aura. Heavenly King of the Buddhist monasteries. The expressions of the 2 fairies changed starkly. A heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries was equivalent to an immortal king. Only a king realm expert could release a grotto heaven. The painting book in Mo Qing's hands fluttered one after another, as though it could sense the powerful aura of the grotto heaven behind the heavenly king and was trembling slightly. Boom! The void behind another monk collapsed as well, revealing a grotto heaven. A second heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries. A series of explosions shook the world as the 8 monks propped up their grotto heavens and surrounded Su Zimo and the other 2. Even the might released by a grotto heaven was enough to suppress perfected immortals and heaven immortals, let alone 8 grotto heavens opening at the same time. The divine might rumbled in an unstoppable manner. Mo Qing could still hold on, but Yunzhu was injured and could not. Against the might of the 8 grotto heavens, Su Zimo's body swayed and he could buckle at any moment as well. What are the 8 of you trying to do? Su Zimo grit his teeth and asked slowly. A heavenly king smiled. That's right. As long as the 3 of you juniors are obedient and tell me everything you know in Avicii, you don't have to suffer. Suddenly, Yunzhu asked, were you the ones who released the news about Avicii? The 8 heavenly kings lowered their heads in silence. Yunzhu continued, your lifespans are almost up, so you want to obtain the opportunities and treasures in Avicii to extend your lives. However, you guys are too cowardly and cherish your lives too much. You don't dare to enter Avicii personally either, afraid that you won't be able to come out after entering. That's why you guys spread the news to lure cultivators from all over the place into Avicii. As long as someone can leave, you guys can do the same after you force out a solution and obtain an opportunity in Avicii. Suddenly, a heavenly king smiled. You're very smart, girl. Since things had come to this, there was no need to hide anything. The heavenly king continued, only, we've waited in the vicinity for a long time. Over the past few days, there have been around 170,000 cultivators who entered Avicii. However, only the 3 of you can leave alive. I believe that something extremely interesting must have happened to the 3 of you. This might involve some secrets of Avicii. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo looked at the 8 heavenly kings with a cold gaze and said in a deep voice, therefore, in order to extend your lives, the 8 of you did not hesitate to kill 170,000 cultivators. Aren't you guys afraid of karma at this point of your Buddha cultivation? Junior, watch your tone. A heavenly king said coldly, these cultivators entered Avicii because of their greed. What has their karma got to do with us? That's right. Another heavenly king said, if the 8 of us can successfully extend our lives, even if they die, it will be a worthy death. The Pure Land of Bliss will have 8 more heavenly kings in the future and can protect even more living beings. Foo-foo. Su Zimo laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. Therefore, in your hearts, the lives of the 8 of you are more precious than the 170,000 living beings. Isn't it? A heavenly king asked instead. We're heavenly kings. Even in our twilight years, we're still heavenly kings. What about you guys and those people? In our eyes, you guys are merely ants. Karma? What can the karma of ants inflict upon us? How laughable. A heavenly king asked, "Tell me, what did the three of you experience in Avicii and how did you leave? If you tell the truth, you might have a chance to survive." Mo Qing shook her head with a resolute expression. "I've already sworn that I won't reveal a single word of Avicii. You guys don't have to waste your efforts." Su Zimo and Yun Zhu remained silent as well. "Don't blame us for being nasty then." A heavenly king pointed at Su Zimo and said coldly, "Search his soul first. If it fails, bring the two women into Avicii. Since the three of them can leave alive, it means that there's definitely a teleportation dermic formulation in Avicii." The other heavenly kings had no objections. Su Zimo's question earlier on disgusted the heavenly kings. Even if the soul search failed and Su Zimo was crippled, they would not lose anything. 8 grotto heavens were opened at the same time and Su Zimo was only a grade 3 heaven immortal. Even with his grade 11 green lotus true body, he could not move at all against the might of the 8 heavenly kings. The difference between them was too great. Sigh. Right then, a sigh sounded from the side. The 8 heavenly kings frowned and looked over. Not far away from them, a withered old monk with long brows stood and looked over expressionlessly through his cloudy eyes. The expressions of the 8 heavenly kings changed slightly and their hearts skipped a beat. The long-browed old monk looked much older than them, as though he was already half dead. However, none of them noticed when the long-browed old monk appeared here. Tomb Keeper. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the long-browed old monk. "Who are you? When did you arrive?" A heavenly king asked in a deep voice. Although the long-browed old monk only looked like he had the cultivation of a black immortal, if he was only a black immortal, he would not have been able to hide from the senses of the 8 of them and arrive here silently. The long-browed old monk said indifferently, "I've been here the entire time." The pupils of the 8 heavenly kings constricted. If what the long-browed old monk said was true, it would be even more terrifying. This meant that they had not discovered the long-browed old monk even after descending here. Chapter 2354, 2354 Protecting Whose Tomb? 2354 Protecting Whose Tomb? Fellow Taoist, are you preparing to head to Avicii as well? A heavenly king said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, why don't we join forces?" The 8 heavenly kings could not see through the background of the tomb keeper and did not dare to act rashly. One of them took the initiative to rope him in. The tomb keeper sighed gently. "You're all people who are about to die. Why struggle? Just find an empty tomb around you and rest in peace." Right then, the expressions of the 8 heavenly kings changed. Unknowingly, they were surrounded by tombs that were densely packed and arranged in an endless manner. Azura Monastery and Great Tai Wei Mountain seemed to have vanished. It was as though they were in an endless cemetery with a deathly aura around them. It was dusky and filled with ghost flames that sent chills down one's spine. This is an illusion? Array formation? The 8 heavenly kings were bewildered. Crack. 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 Right then, a series of cracks sounded from the grotto heavens behind the 8 heavenly kings and they began to collapse rapidly. Ah! This is bad, that's the power of the world. We've already fallen into his world. Only after entering the Emperor realm would the grotto heaven transform and become a world of its own. Emperor Bo Sun's heaven of the Great Fiend was a world he created. Although there was only a major cultivation realm difference between the Emperor realm and the Grotto Heaven realm, there was an unimaginable difference. Even 100 or 1,000 immortal kings could not defend against a single emperor. All Grotto Heavens of King Realm experts had to shatter in the worlds backed by the emperors. He's an emperor. The 8 heavenly kings exclaimed and released all their methods without hesitation. Their blood chi surged and they released their destiny dermic treasures and various talismans. In the face of the emperor, the 8 heavenly kings did not even have the courage to resist and fled in all directions. The tomb keeper walked slowly towards a heavenly king and murmured, "Don't run. I'll collect your corpse." The moment he said that, the heavenly king paused and his body stiffened. As though he had suffered a huge blow, his life force deteriorated rapidly. The person's head tilted and he fell from midair. Although the tomb keeper looked slow, he arrived beside the person at the appropriate moment and caught the latter's corpse, tossing it into an empty tomb. Time to collect the corpses. The tomb keeper turned and looked at the back of another heavenly king, saying softly. The heavenly king shuddered and in the blink of an eye, death filled his body. He died and fell into the same empty tomb. Su Zimo, Mo Qing and Yun Zhu were shocked when they saw that. The heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries, experts who were almost at the peak of the upper world, were like ants in front of the tomb keeper. The tomb keeper did not attack at all. With just a single sentence, a heavenly king died. Who exactly are you? Unable to withstand it, a heavenly king broke down mentally and stopped, roaring at the tomb keeper. The tomb keeper turned to look at the heavenly king with a dark glint in his eyes. Instantly, the heavenly king's eyes froze and he fell limply into the empty tomb, dead. A single gaze was enough to kill a heavenly king. Pust. Su Zimo and the other 2 felt chills run down their bodies. What sort of methods were those? In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 8 heavenly kings were left. However, the cemetery was boundless and the 8 heavenly kings could not escape at all. This was the world of the tomb keeper. Look, there's an exit there. A heavenly king pointed to a dark abyss not far away and roared. That's Avicii. Another heavenly king reacted and shuddered. Although the tomb keeper's world covered the skies and enveloped this place, it could not envelope Avicii as well. Therefore, there was indeed an exit in this world. The entrance to Avicii. So what if it's Avicii? A heavenly king's face was pale as he grit his teeth. There's still a chance of survival if we escape into Avicii. We'll definitely die in the hands of this person. Let's go. Without hesitation, the 3 heavenly kings leaped into Avicii. The tomb keeper looked at the backs of the 3 of them and shook his head gently, sighing. I'm old and my legs aren't nimble. I can't chase anymore. As he said that, he walked into the distance without even looking at Su Zimo and the other 2. Unknowingly, the sinister cemetery from earlier on had already vanished. Su Zimo and the other 2 were still standing in the ruins of Azura Monastery. There were no changes to their surroundings and the 5 dead Buddhist heavenly kings were nowhere to be seen. Thank you, Senior. Yun Zhu was the first to react and wanted to thank him. However, she stopped before she could finish. The moment they were distracted, the long-browed old monk vanished as well. It was as though what the 3 of them experienced earlier was a dream and an illusion without any traces left behind. Corpses, fresh blood and fights, nothing was left behind. However, the 3 of them knew that it was definitely not a hallucination. They had truly survived an assassination attempt from the heavenly kings. Su Zimo and the other 2 exchanged glances, feeling as though they just had a close brush with death. Who was that senior? Mo Qing asked. Su Zimo shook his head gently. I only know that he calls himself the tomb keeper, but I don't know his background. He had once guessed that this tomb keeper was not simple. However, he had not expected that the tomb keeper would be so strong that he was on the same level as Emperor Bosun. Su Zimo and Mo Qing looked at Yun Zhu at the same time. As the book Immortal, Yun Zhu had a deep understanding of the heavenly world and its history. Yun Zhu frowned in deep thought. After reminiscing for a long time, she shook her head. I don't have any impression of him. I've never heard of this senior either. Tomb keeper. Su Zimo murmured softly and looked at Tai Wei Mountain in the distance. Actually, he had thought of a bold possibility. The gigantic tomb guarded by the tomb keeper might belong to Emperor Bo-sun. That was because back then, Emperor Bo-sun was sent here and everyone thought that he had died here. However, Emperor Bo-sun had already left alive. Why was the tomb keeper still here? Tomb keeper, tomb keeper. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of an even more terrifying guess. In a sense, Avicii could be considered as a cemetery as well. Furthermore, there was an unprecedented peerless expert buried within, the infinite great emperor. Could he be guarding the tomb of the infinite great emperor? The tomb keeper of the infinite great emperor. That guess was way too terrifying and could shock the world. However, Su Zimo denied that thought on second thought. That was impossible. The infinite great emperor had died for many years and countless years had passed. Even the longevity great emperor had passed away a long time ago. Who could survive till now? Su Zimo shook his head gently and gradually let go of those distracting thoughts. No matter what, the tomb keeper did not seem to have any enmity towards the three of them. Chapter 2355, 2355 Karma. 2355 Karma. Yun Zhu said, regarding the identity of this tomb keeper, I have to go back and ask my father. I'll also head to the library to read some ancient books and information to see if there are any records of this person. We can't linger here. Let's leave first. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Although the tomb keeper had long vanished without a trace, the three of them still felt uneasy. The three of them moved immediately and before long, they arrived at the teleportation formation closest to this place. Su Zimo looked at Yun Zhu. I'm going the same way as senior sister Mo Qing. After you, fellow Taoist. Yun Zhu did not decline and smiled gently, cupping her fists. I was lucky to get to know you two fellow Taoists on this trip to hell and I'm delighted. I wonder when we'll meet again after this separation. After leaving Avicii, the weakness on Yun Zhu seemed to have vanished. Instead, she looked more heroic and carefree. Although the four great fairies had long been renowned in the heavenly world, they did not have much interaction with one another, let alone know one another. Although this period of time in Avicii was not long, the two fairies naturally had a deeper relationship after experiencing such tribulations together. Furthermore, they could understand the other party's character and temperament from this experience. Mo Qing was not good with words and merely held Yun Zhu's palm gently with a hint of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Up till this point of her cultivation, she did not have many friends. However, after today, Mo Qing viewed Yun Zhu as her only confidant. Not only did I get to know a sister for this trip to hell, I even seem to have met. Mo Qing lowered her head slightly as her imagination ran wild. We'll meet again. Su Zimo said, everything else aside, the Divine Firmament Immortal meet is still the greatest event in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain where all major sects and factions will gather. Mo Qing's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Su Zimo looked at Yun Zhu and smiled. At that time, I'll have to fight with your brother for the top of the heaven ranking. You won't be absent, right? Initially, I had no intention of watching the battle. Yun Zhu smiled and said meaningfully, however, since you're the one fighting with Yun Ting, I can't miss it. As she spoke, she looked at Su Zimo with sparkling and resplendent eyes. Su Zimo was a little defeated and averted his gaze, coughing gently. It'll be fine as long as you don't get angry if I bash Yun Ting up. Yun Zhu smiled. He has a proud personality. It'll be good if he can suffer some setbacks. Mo Qing added, initially, I didn't really like these grand events. I always felt that it was too noisy with too many people. However, if you're willing to go, sister, I'll go take a look as well. Alright, let's part ways here today. We'll talk again in the future. Yunju cupped her fists in farewell and turned to enter the teleportation formation, leaving in a carefree manner. Senior sister, let's go too. Su Zimo said and entered the teleportation formation. Mo Qing nodded and entered as well. The two of them activated the teleportation formation and returned to Heaven and Earth Academy. Avicii. The three Buddhist heavenly kings fell as though they had descended upon a gigantic and complicated maze with tunnels everywhere. Some of the tunnels were dead ends while others led to even more tunnels. The three heavenly kings could not get out of this place and circled around it continuously. That was not the most terrifying thing. What was even more frightening was that there were strange ants in this tunnel that once formed a small-scale ant swarm that attacked them. The three heavenly kings joined forces and barely managed to hold out. However, they could not use their essence spirits here and could only rely on their physiques and blood chi. If a few more such ant swarms arrived, they would not be able to last long. Furthermore, those ants were getting stronger. They merely felt itchy when the ants that first appeared bit them. However, in the end, there were already ants that could bite through their flesh. If there were tens of millions of such ants gathered in a group, the three of them would probably be gnawed to death in less than 15 minutes. The three heavenly kings scurried everywhere in the maze but could not find a way out. Before long, the three heavenly kings arrived at the end of a tunnel. The three of them could only turn back. However, the moment they turned around, they saw a gigantic ant swarm surging towards them like an unstoppable black torrent. Ah! With nowhere to retreat, the three heavenly kings roared and channeled their blood chi, fighting with all their might. However, the three of them seemed incomparably tiny against the black torrent. In just a few breaths, their figures were drowned. The three of them were covered in hell ants that gnawed at their flesh continuously. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were covered in injuries and blood gushed out. The roars of the three of them gradually turned deep and tragic. Their blood chi deteriorated rapidly. Even Heavenly King experts could not defend against the encirclement of so many living beings from hell. Furthermore, the three Heavenly Kings were in their twilight years. Just as they were in despair, the black torrent on their bodies retreated rapidly and disappeared before long. The three of them could only lie on the ground and could not even stand. Many parts of their bodies were gnawed by the hell ants, revealing white bones in a shocking manner. Their organs were riddled with holes by the hell ants. What's going on? What happened? The three heavenly kings panted heavily and tried their best to raise their heads, wanting to see what was going on. Through their blurry vision, two figures walked over slowly from the other end of the tunnel. Their leader wore purple robes and a silver mask. He was like an emissary from the depths of hell and exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. It was as though the appearance of this person was the reason why the terrifying ants disappeared. A young monk followed behind the purple-robed man. Why, you're a disciple of Vesa Monastery. When a heavenly king saw the monk robes on the young monk, he recognized his background and tried his best to extend his arm, panting. I'm Heavenly King Bukong of Vesa Monastery. Save me. As a heavenly king of Vesa Monastery, there was naturally no way he would know an ordinary disciple like the young monk. However, he believed that any disciple of Vesa Monastery would definitely recognize him. The young monk lowered his head in silence. Fellow Taoist, save us. The other heavenly king struggled and crawled slowly, wanting to approach the purple-robed man. Suddenly, the purple-robed man spoke, I've asked before. Aren't you guys afraid of karma at this point of your Buddha cultivation? The three heavenly kings were stunned. That sentence did sound familiar, as though they had heard it somewhere not long ago. However, the three of them were severely injured by the attack of the hell ants and the pain was unbearable. Their minds were in a mess and they could not recall anything at the moment. Alright, I'll let you guys die in peace. As the purple-robed man said that, he reached out and removed his mask, revealing a refined face. It's you. The pupils of the three heavenly kings constricted as though they had seen a ghost. At that moment, the purple-robed man before them gave them even more fear than the ants in hell. The martial Tao Prime Body put on his silver mask once more and turned to leave, saying indifferently, "The cycle of karma is not good." Right in front of the three heavenly kings, the figure of the martial Tao Prime Body gradually disappeared at the end of the tunnel. Before long, their vision was occupied by the black torrent once more. Chapter 2356, 2356 Return. 2356 Return. Heaven and Earth Academy. In a secret chamber on the top floor of a secret pavilion, a medicinal fragrance wafted. Old Xian assumed a lotus position on the couch and closed his eyes to recuperate. He looked slightly pale and his aura was weak. All of a sudden, someone suddenly appeared in the secret chamber. It was the sect master of the academy. "How do you feel after recuperating for a few days?" the sect master of the academy asked. "I won't die just yet." Without opening his eyes, old Xian asked casually, "Any news of that lad, Su Zimo?" "He should have already entered hell, but his fate is unknown," the sect master of the academy replied. "Have any living beings come forth from Avicii in the past few days?" Old Xian asked again. "No." The sect master of the academy shook his head gently. "You don't seem worried?" Although old Xian did not open his eyes to look, he seemed to be able to read the sect master of the academy's mind. "It's useless to worry," the sect master of the academy said. "Furthermore, I just divined a divination for Su Zimo. It seems like he's managed to turn his misfortunes into blessings." "That's good." Old Xian nodded. The secret chamber went silent once more. A moment later, old Xian suddenly asked, "Did you manage to find out anything about that long-browed old monk?" "I'm not sure. I can't divine him at all." The sect master of the academy shook his head gently. "It's normal that you can't divine someone who can see through my grotto heaven with a single glance." After saying that, old Xian did not ask further and continued recuperating. After a while, the sect master of the academy turned to leave when he saw that old Xian did not say anything. It was only then that old Xian opened his eyes slowly and looked in the direction where the sect master of the academy disappeared expressionlessly. He looked for a while in deep thought. A long time later, old Xian took a deep breath and continued healing with his eyes closed. Inner sect of the academy, Qingyun's cave abode. Fang Qingyun sat in the middle and rubbed his glabella gently in deep thought. "Senior brother Fang, is there anything on your mind?" Not far away, the person who asked was an inner sect disciple of the academy, a grade 6 heaven immortal named Chang Qi. He was usually very close to Fang Qingyun. Fang Qingyun was indeed troubled and frustrated over something. A few days ago, he received a message from Prince Yuanzhua that the 4 major factions were annihilated and even Tang Peng died on Great Tai Wei Mountain. Su Zimo fled into Avicii and the others chased after him. There was no news of them for the past few days and they were most likely dead. Furthermore, as time passed by, the various factions of the heavenly world gradually realized that none of the cultivators who entered Avicii survived. Many experts gradually realized that Avicii might be a trap and forbade disciples from exploring further. If Su Zimo had fled into Avicii, he should have died. However, the price this time round was way too great. Tang Peng had followed him for many years in the inner sect. To think that he would die outside this time round. At the same time that he was sad, Fang Qingyun felt relieved. Initially, he thought that the alliance of the 4 factions would definitely be foolproof against a grade 2 heaven immortal. That was the reason why he did not follow them. To think that that single thought would save his life instead. However, Fang Qingyun could not tell anyone about this. Tang Peng's death could not be blamed on anyone since he joined forces with outsiders to deal with his fellow disciple. However, Fang Qingyun might be implicated if the Grand Elder heard about this. How is Yang Ruoxu? He's not dead yet? Fang Qingyun asked with a frown. Since Su Zimo was already dead, it was useless to keep Yang Ruoxu alive. Yang Ruoxu knew that he had joined forces with outsiders. The fact that Yang Ruoxu was still alive was a threat to him. Chang Chi said, I haven't found any suitable opportunities during this period of time. Lu Ping and Princess Scarlet Rainbow have been guarding Yang Ruoxu's cave abode. Even if someone leaves to collect some sect resources, one of them will stay. Both of them are inner sect disciples and we can't barge in either. Humph. Fang Qingyun said, if there's no chance, won't you create one? If I'm not wrong, you should be cultivating the Academy's Righteousness Sutra as well, right? Yes, we are. Chang Chi nodded. When Fang Qingyun saw that Chang Chi still did not understand, he could not help but frown. Yang Ruoxu is now a cripple. If the Righteousness Sword is still with him, it's equivalent to a pearl covered in dust. Go and get it back. Understood. Chang Chi's eyes lit up. I'll go right away. Suddenly, two beams of light shone from the teleportation formation of Heaven and Earth Academy. Immediately after, a man and woman appeared on the teleportation formation. It was Su Zimo and Fairy Mo Qing who had returned from the Pure Land of Bliss. Where are you going? Mo Qing turned to look at Su Zimo. Su Zimo said deeply, I'm prepared to make a trip to senior brother Yang Ruoxu's place. I have to send the Soraka fruit over as soon as possible. What happened to him? Mo Qing asked. Su Zimo was surprised and asked, Senior sister, you don't know about this? Mo Qing shook her head gently. On second thought, Su Zimo recalled that senior sister Mo Qing spent most of her time in seclusion painting and was indifferent to everything in the academy. It was only normal that she did not know about Yang Ruoxu's situation. At the very least, that could prove one thing. There was indeed nothing between Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu. Otherwise, there was no way Mo Qing would not know that Yang Ruoxu was severely injured. Senior brother Yang was encircled and severely injured. His essence spirit is damaged and only the Soraka fruit can heal him. Su Zimo said, the reason why I headed to Avicii this time round was to search for the Soraka fruit. Oh. Mo Qing replied casually, as though she was not concerned about this matter. She nodded and said, go on then. What about you, senior sister? Su Zimo asked. Mo Qing said, I'm returning to my cave abode. Pausing momentarily, she pondered for a moment and continued, if you encounter anything in the future or have any doubts regarding the Tao, you can look for me at the legacy ground. Ah. Su Zimo was slightly stunned. Those did not seem like words that senior sister Mo Qing would say. Given senior sister Mo Qing's character, why would she take the initiative to invite others to her cave abode? Even Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not receive such treatment. Just as Su Zimo was puzzled, Fairy Mo Qing had already turned to leave. She flew through the air and shuttled through the clouds. Sparkles rose from her socks and the ice butterfly danced around her. The woman and butterfly seemed to have fused with the surrounding nature and were graceful. Junior brother Su is a junior from the same sect after all. Furthermore, we've experienced this calamity together and it's only right for me to take care of him in the future. Fairy Mo Qing whispered, moreover, junior brother Su has a deep relationship with that, fellow Taoist. At the thought of that person, Fairy Mo Qing suddenly recalled something and said reproachfully, little butterfly, why did you fly around fellow Taoist desolate marshal to cause trouble when he appeared? You're not like that usually. It's strange. The ice butterfly said crisply, I can also sense the aura of our demon emperor from that person. Could I have sensed wrongly? The ice butterfly's puzzled voice sounded. Chapter 2357, 2357 You're worthy? 2357 You're worthy? The surroundings of Yang Ruoxu's cave abode were still dilapidated and overgrown with weeds, as though it had been abandoned for a long time. Su Zimo went forward and knocked gently on the door. No visitors allowed. Before long, a slightly tender voice sounded from within, clearly enraged. Go away, go away. It's me. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. The cave abode was silent for a moment before the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. The door to the cave abode opened and a child's face appeared. It was Lu Ping. Senior brother Su. Lu Ping's eyes lit up as he shouted. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. As he walked in, he asked, How's senior brother Yang? At the mention of Yang Ruoxu, Lu Ping's face darkened once more. Senior brother Yang's essence spirit is getting weaker and he's been asleep for 3 days without waking up. I don't think he can hold on for much longer. Thereafter, he blinked again. If not for senior sister Scarlet Rainbow's meticulous care during this period of time, senior brother Yang might have died a long time ago. Lu Ping's words seemed to be implying something. However, Su Zimo was worried about Yang Ruoxu and did not think too much about it. Before long, the two of them arrived before Yang Ruoxu's bed. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and a boy were guarding him. She held Yang Ruoxu's hand with a worried expression. When she saw Su Zimo return, Princess Scarlet Rainbow merely forced a smile and nodded. Yang Ruoxu's face was pale and he was unconscious with a weak life force. Without hesitation, Su Zimo took out the sriracha fruit from his storage bag and came before Yang Ruoxu's couch. He placed the sriracha fruit beside Yang Ruoxu's mouth and scratched it gently with his fingernails. A crack appeared on the sriracha fruit and a rich fruit juice with a unique fragrance flowed slowly into Yang Ruoxu's mouth. This is... Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other two had strange expressions. Although the three of them knew that Su Zimo was heading to Avicii to look for the sriracha fruit, they did not have much hope. This is the sriracha fruit. Su Zimo said and frowned slightly when he saw Yang Ruoxu's expression. Yang Ruoxu had already consumed the entire sriracha fruit. However, his condition showed no signs of improvement. Actually, Su Zimo did not know much about the sriracha fruit. Legend has it that the sriracha fruit could heal essence spirits that were severely injured. However, this sriracha fruit had been buried in Avicii for so many years after all. Nobody knew if it still had the effect of healing the essence spirit. What's going on? Even the sriracha fruit can't do it? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was flustered and her voice trembled. Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and scanned Yang Ruoxu's body carefully, saying in a low voice, Senior brother Yang's essence spirit has been injured for too long and his body is severely injured as well. Even after he consumes the sriracha fruit, his body won't be able to refine and absorb the power within. We can inject heaven and earth essence chi into his body to help him absorb it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's reaction was extremely fast and she thought of this method right away. Su Zimo nodded. Princess Scarlet Rainbow circulated heaven and earth essence chi and channeled it carefully into Yang Ruoxu's body. However, after a while, Yang Ruoxu's condition did not show any signs of improvement. What should we do? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was at a loss. Let me give it a try. Su Zimo extended his finger and touched Yang Ruoxu's glabella gently, injecting a stream of pure and rich essence chi. Before long, Yang Ruoxu's face regained some color and the life force in his body gradually stabilized. It's working. Princess Scarlet was delighted. When Su Zimo saw that Yang Ruoxu's breathing was gradually steady and strong, he relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. He was the Green Lotus true body and the heaven and earth essence chi in his body was far purer and more condensed than Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Furthermore, the creation Green Lotus was a god of the flora race to begin with and could naturally absorb and refine the sriracha fruit with ease. Although Yang Ruoxu's condition had stabilized, he showed no signs of waking up. Su Zimo did not stop what he was doing and continued to channel heaven and earth essence qi to help Yang Ruoxu absorb the Soraka fruit. Dong! 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 Right then, a violent knock sounded outside the cave abode. To be precise, it no longer seemed like he was knocking on the door, he was practically ramming down the door. Due to the tremendous impact outside, the entire cave abode trembled slightly and dust fell from above. It must be those people again. The boy said hatefully. Fang Qingyun? Su Zimo asked with a frown. Lu Ping said, Fang Qingyun has not shown himself the entire time. However, during this period of time, almost all the people who came to cause trouble were his followers. These people are always looking for all sorts of excuses to visit senior brother Yang. Actually, they have evil intentions. Dong! 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 The sound of the door slamming sounded once more, intensifying. Su Zimo was still helping Yang Ruoxu refine the Soraka fruit and could not leave for the time being. Lu Ping stood up and said, I'll chase them away. Lu Ping and Yang Ruoxu's boy headed outside. Go away, our young master rejects all guests. The boy shouted. Is this how senior brother Yang treats his fellow sect mates? If you don't open the door, don't blame me for destroying this cave abode. A voice traveled into the cave abode. Changqi, how dare you barge into senior brother Yang's cave abode without his permission? Lu Ping recognized the person's voice and hollered. Fufu. Changqi chuckled. Senior brother Yang is severely injured. We came to visit but you guys refused to let us see him. Now, I suspect that senior brother Yang has already been killed by you guys. For the sake of senior brother Yang's safety, the sect won't hold me accountable even if I barge into the cave abode. You. The boy was furious. Lu Ping said in a deep voice, we will definitely not open the cave abode. You guys can head back. Then don't blame me for being rude. Changqi said coldly. Immediately after, a tremendous force struck the door of the cave abode. Boom! With a loud bang, the door to the cave abode shattered and scattered onto the ground, creating dust clouds. Changqi brought a few inner sect disciples and 100 servants of the academy with him. All of them had hostile expressions as they barged in. How dare you? Lu Ping was shocked and furious as he clenched his fists with widened eyes. You're not allowed to go over. The boy extended his arms and stopped Changqi and the others as well. You guys are so nervous. Seems like Yang Ruoxu isn't dead yet. Changqi raised his brow slightly and said leisurely, however, even if he's not dead, he's still a cripple. It's fine if you don't let me in. Hand Yang Ruoxu's righteousness sword over to me. On what grounds? The boy questioned loudly. Yang Ruoxu is already a cripple and is not worthy of using the righteousness sword. Changqi declared proudly, I've also cultivated the righteousness sutra. In the academy, I'm the only one qualified to wield the righteousness sword. The boy sneered with disdain. Changqi narrowed his gaze and said coldly, slap him. How dare a kid like you mock disciples of the academy? Immediately, more than 10 servants stood out and cursed. They swarmed forward and restrained the boy, giving him a few tight slaps on the face. Instantly, the boy's cheeks swelled. However, he did not give in and merely glared at Changqi fiercely. Just as Lu Ping was about to move, Changqi released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure and suppressed Lu Ping on the spot. Lu Ping was only a grade 1 heaven immortal while Changqi was a grade 6 heaven immortal. The difference between them was too great and Lu Ping could not defend against it at all. Let's go. Changqi waved his hand and prepared to lead his men in. Right then, a voice sounded from the cave abode. Someone like you is worthy of using the righteousness sword? A green-robed cultivator walked over from the cave abode. Chapter 2358, 2358 Whoever wants it, come and take it. 2358 Whoever wants it, come and take it. Su Zimo? When Chang-Chi saw who it was, his expression changed and he let out a look of disbelief. What's going on? Isn't he already dead? The inner sect disciples beside Chang-Chi whispered with bewildered expressions. Su Zimo helped Yang Ruoxu refine the power of the Soraka fruit completely. When he saw that Yang Ruoxu could circulate and recuperate on his own while his essence spirit was healing, he walked over towards Chang-Chi and the others who had barged into the cave abode. Su Zimo released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure that surged over like a tide. Boom! Chang-Chi shuddered. Su Zimo's essence spirit had already reached the peak of a grade 5 heaven immortal. Coupled with the powerful condensation of his green lotus essence spirit, his spirit consciousness was definitely not weaker than Chang-Chi's. The pressure on Lu Ping vanished without a trace and he regained his freedom. Su Zimo's gaze landed on Yang Ruoxu's boy. His expression turned cold as he waved his sleeves casually. As though they were struck by lightning, the immortal servants shuddered and were sent flying instantly, spitting out blood. All of them smashed against the walls of the cave abode and rolled down in a wretched manner. The boy was still standing on the spot, safe and sound. Junior brother Su, what's the meaning of this? Chang-Chi's expression darkened as he asked slowly. Senior brother Chang, he's now the in-name disciple of the sect master. We should address him as senior brother Su, an inner sect disciple behind Chang-Chi reminded softly. Taking a deep breath of air, Chang-Chi had no choice but to change the way he addressed Su Zimo. Senior brother Su, when one beats a dog, one must answer to its master. You injured my men without even asking about the facts. You have to be accountable for it. Answer to the dog's master? Arriving before Chang-Chi, Su Zimo raised his hand without any warning and slapped Chang-Chi heavily on the face. Piak! I'll smack the master of the dogs as well. Su Zimo looked at Chang-Chi expressionlessly with a cold gaze. As though he was chasing away a servant, he spat out a single word, scram. Lu Ping and the boy almost clapped and cheered. They felt as though they had vented the grievances they had suffered for the past few days and were delighted. Chang-Chi was stunned for a moment. He had not expected that Su Zimo would dare to attack him directly in the inner sect of the academy. You! Chang-Chi reacted quickly and was enraged. To think that he would be humiliated by Su Zimo in front of a few inner sect disciples and many immortal servants. He felt his anger rush to his head and his eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Su Zimo and was about to step forward and fight. Senior brother Chang, don't be rash. Two inner sect disciples hurried forward and grabbed Chang-Chi's arm. What are you guys doing? Chang-Chi shouted, Su Zimo has already violated sect rules by attacking fellow sect mates in private in the academy. He can't blame me for being nasty. In terms of sect rules, you were the one who barged into senior brother Yang's cave abode first. Even if I cripple you now, the sect elders won't punish me. Su Zimo said coldly with a sinister tone. Chang-Chi could not help but shudder under Su Zimo's gaze. At that moment, Chang-Chi was overwhelmed by Su Zimo's aura. Even though he was a grade 6 heaven immortal, he felt guilty at the moment and he gradually calmed down. 1,000 years ago, the person before him condensed the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. Not only were the 9 great elders alarmed, even the sect master of the academy appeared. There was even a legacy disciple who was completely crippled. Compared to that legacy disciple, he was only a grade 6 heaven immortal and was truly nothing. Given Su Zimo's status as an in-name disciple of the sect master, even if his cultivation realm was not high, who in the inner sect would dare to have a direct conflict with him? However, it was way too embarrassing to be slapped by Su Zimo in front of everyone. Chang Chi was still indignant. Chang Chi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Su, I respect you as a senior brother of the academy and won't fight you. However, there's always a reason for everything. Yang Ruoxu is already a cripple. Why isn't he handing over the righteousness sword?" Su Zimo sneered, "Only an open and honest person is worthy of wielding the righteousness sword. Ask yourself if you're worthy of those words." Chang Chi was shocked. Su Zimo's words were extremely powerful and pointed to his Tao heart like a divine weapon. Chang Chi's expression was dark and he wanted to retreat. Right then, many academy disciples sped over from the distant horizon. It was a large crowd and there looked to be more than 10,000 of them. Their leader was Fang Qingyun. When the people from the academy at the teleportation formation relayed the news of Su Zimo's return to Fang Qingyun, he realized that something was amiss and gathered many inner sect disciples, rushing over in a grand manner. There were hundreds of thousands of inner sect disciples. Fang Qingyun had been in the inner sect for many years and was the number one of the inner sect. He was extremely famous and could gather thousands of inner sect disciples with a single wave of his arm. "Senior brother Su, how have you been?" Fang Qingyun cupped his fists with a smile. Although he was smiling, there were tens of thousands of inner sect disciples behind him after all. They were aggressive and clearly hostile. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and did not return the greeting. "What's going on?" Fang Qingyun asked with a frown. Chang Chi recounted everything that happened in detail. When Fang Qingyun heard that, he looked at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Su, you were definitely in the wrong. Junior brother Yang's cultivation has already been crippled. Indeed, it's not suitable for him to retain the righteousness sword, causing this sword of the academy to rot in the dust. Even if Chang Chi isn't qualified to wield the righteousness sword, senior brother Yang should hand it over and return it to the sect for other fated people." Although Fang Qingyun's every word seemed fair from the perspective of the academy, he was actually still targeting Yang Ruoxu. Senior brother Fang is right. Senior brother Yang is about to die. Why is he retaining that sword? Senior brother Yang, aren't you way too selfish? Indeed, this sword should be returned to the sect. Hand over the righteousness sword. The many inner sect disciples behind Fang Qingyun spoke one after another, creating a commotion that formed an unstoppable might. Fang Qingyun had a faint smile on his face the entire time. He knew very well that Su Zimo was the in-name disciple of the sect master and was even superior to him in terms of status. Therefore, this matter had to be blown up. In fact, if it could reach the upper echelons of the academy and the legacy ground, he could make use of their power to exert pressure on Su Zimo. Even if an academy elder appeared, he wouldn't be able to say anything about this matter. Indeed, Yang Ruoxu was a cripple and was unsuitable to wield the righteousness sword, that was an irrefutable fact. Even though Su Zimo was the in-name disciple of the sect master, he could not reverse the tides. Against the torrential commotion, Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he looked at Fang Qingyun with a hint of mockery. Fang Qingyun noticed Su Zimo's gaze and suddenly felt uneasy. Could I have miscalculated something? I don't think so. Fang Qingyun pondered carefully once more but could not find any flaws. The righteousness sword is in my hands. Whoever wants it, come and take it. Right then, a robust voice sounded from the cave. A man and woman walked out side by side alongside that voice. The woman was Princess Scarlet Rainbow while the man was Yang Ruoxu. At that moment, Yang Ruoxu did not look like he was severely injured or on the brink of death. Instead, he had a torrential aura and was surrounded by righteousness. Wielding the righteousness sword, he surveyed his surroundings with a lightning gaze. Many disciples were no match for him and none of them dared to meet his gaze. Chapter 2359, 2359 Tribulation Transcendence. 2359 Tribulation Transcendence. Yang Ruoxu cultivated the Righteousness Sutra and had always been open and honest. He was chivalrous and filled with righteousness. As for Fang Qingyun's group, although they spoke of benevolence and morality and said that they were doing it for the academy, they were actually scheming and had other motives. Now that Yang Ruoxu was out of seclusion and his injuries had healed, he was even better than before. Who would dare to take the righteousness sword in his hands? Who was qualified to obtain the righteousness sword? The Righteousness Sutra had been passed down for a long time. However, throughout history, there were not many people who cultivated it, and there were even less cultivators who could cultivate it to greater mastery. In this generation's academy, Yang Ruoxu was the only one who had cultivated the Righteousness Sutra successfully. Although Chang Qi claimed to have cultivated this sutra, in reality, he was only at the tip of the iceberg and could not unleash its true power. Nobody in the immortality cultivation world could guarantee that they had not done anything shameful. Who could guarantee that they had not done anything wrong? Who could guarantee that everything they did was honorable? Even in the entire academy, including the elders, Yang Ruoxu was the only one worthy of wielding the righteousness sword, let alone the inner sect. Fang Qingyun had not expected Yang Ruoxu's injuries to recover to his peak. All his plans collapsed the moment Yang Ruoxu came out of seclusion. There were more than 10,000 people, but they were like scattered sand. Although Fang Qingyun was an inner sect disciple, he was no match for Yang Ruoxu, who was wielding the righteousness sword. So, your injuries have already healed, junior brother Yang. Congratulations. Fang Qingyun was extremely adaptable and did not intend to fight Yang Ruoxu head-on. Instead, he took a step back and cupped his fists in congratulations. Yang Ruoxu glared at Fang Qingyun coldly without replying. Thereafter, he raised his head and looked at the skies with a stern expression. It was originally noon and the sun was blazing. However, at that moment, dark clouds gathered above the academy and the skies gradually darkened. This is... Fang Qingyun and the others were shocked when they noticed that. He's about to undergo tribulation transcendence. The moment that voice sounded, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves and the crowd exploded. Yang Ruoxu encountered such a calamity and actually benefited from it. He is taking the most critical step and is about to advance to the perfected one realm. Humph. It's not that easy. Throughout history, there have been many people who underwent tribulation transcendence. However, only 30% of them managed to survive the 6 of 9 heavenly tribulation and condense their Tao fruits to advance to the perfected one realm. No matter what, Yang Ruoxu has already come this far. Many people won't even have the chance to undergo tribulation transcendence. To think that senior brother Yang would be the first to undergo tribulation transcendence among the hundreds of thousands of fellow inner sect disciples. If he succeeds, senior brother Fang will be left behind as well. When he heard the discussions around him, Fang Qingyun's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with shock and jealousy. However, the phenomenon in the skies had already attracted everyone's attention and no one paid attention to him. Yang Ruoxu's figure rose slowly and everyone watched. In front of Mo Qing's cave abode in the legacy ground, a man stood with his hands behind his back. He was tall, had sharp brows and bright eyes with an extraordinary aura. It was Sword Immortal Yuhua. Not far away, Fairy Mo Qing flew over. Sword Immortal Yuhua hurried forward with a smile. Junior sister, I've been worried about you for the past few days. If you hadn't returned, would have been prepared to make a move to explore Avicii. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Mo Qing nodded with an indifferent expression. Although she said it politely, it was as though they were thousands of kilometers apart and were even more distant than before. Sword Immortal Yuhua's expression froze for a moment. However, he regained his smile quickly and asked, Junior sister, have you found what you were looking for on this trip to hell? Yes. Mo Qing replied distractedly. However, Sword Immortal Yuhua's expression changed as he asked with a frown, "You obtained the Soraka fruit, junior sister?" "I didn't obtain the Soraka fruit." Mo Qing was surprised and puzzled as she shook his head gently, not understanding why Sword Immortal Yuhua would have such a guess. That was indeed the truth, the Soraka fruit was taken away by Su Zimo. Sword Immortal Yuhua heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. "I was thinking too much. Senior brother, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest first," Mo Qing said indifferently. Her words meant that she was sending him off. Naturally, Sword Immortal Yuhua could tell. However, he did not leave and took the initiative to invite, "Junior sister, junior brother Yang of the inner sect is severely injured and won't be able to hold on for long. Let's go check on him together." "Junior brother Yang?" Mo Qing was confused and could not react in time. "Continue pretending. Let's see how much longer you can pretend." Sword Immortal Yuhua sneered internally but smiled. "Junior brother Yang Ruoxu." "Him?" Mo Qing frowned slightly and shook her head. "Senior brother, go on." "I won't be going." In her opinion, she and Yang Ruoxu were just ordinary fellow sect mates and were not familiar with one another, so there was no need for her to take a look. Furthermore, junior brother Su had already sent the Soraka fruit over. Yang Ruoxu should not be in any danger. Initially, Sword Immortal Yuhua wanted to head over with Fairy Mo Qing to watch Yang Ruoxu struggle on the brink of death. However, he did not expect Mo Qing to be completely uninterested. When Sword Immortal Yuhua saw that Mo Qing did not seem to care about Yang Ruoxu's safety and did not seem to be faking it, he was puzzled as well. What's going on? What went wrong? As Sword Immortal Yuhua pondered, he sensed something and looked in the direction of the inner sect of the academy. Dark clouds filled the skies and lightning flashed. Someone from the inner sect of the academy was undergoing tribulation transcendence. It might be that lad, Fang Qingyun. Sword Immortal Yuhua thought to himself and turned to Fairy Mo Qing, inviting, "Junior sister, someone from the inner sect is undergoing tribulation transcendence. Why don't we go take a look?" "I'm not going." Mo Qing shook her head gently and thought to herself, what's so interesting about a tribulation transcendence? Furthermore, she did not like to join crowds to begin with. The tribulation transcendence would definitely attract countless people, so she was even more unwilling to appear. Fairy Mo Qing did not bid farewell either and turned to walk towards the cave abode, leaving nothing but a back view for Sword Immortal Yuhua. Sword Immortal Yuhua was snubbed despite his repeated invites. Feeling disappointed, his smile gradually disappeared. Right then, a streak of light sped over at an extremely fast speed and arrived before Sword Immortal Yuhua in the blink of an eye. It was a legacy disciple of the academy, Xiaoli. "Senior brother." Xiaoli shouted from afar. "What is it?" Sword Immortal Yuhua asked with a frown. "Ennothi." When Xiaoli saw Sword Immortal Yuhua's frustrated expression, he hesitated for a moment. Sword Immortal Yuhua looked in the direction of the inner sect of the academy and asked casually, "Who is the one undergoing the tribulation transcendence in the inner sect?" "Fang Qingyun?" "No." Xiaoli shook his head and said hesitantly, "It's Yang Ruoxu." Sword Immortal Yuhua's expression changed and the sharpness in his body burst forth. Releasing it, he glared at Xiaoli coldly and asked slowly, "Who?" "Yang Ruoxu." Xiaoli gulped. His essence spirit was severely injured but he can still attempt tribulation transcendence? Suddenly, Sword Immortal Yuhua's tone turned extremely sharp. Xiaoli said, "I heard that his essence spirit recovered completely after consuming the Soraka fruit." Soraka fruit? Sword Immortal Yuhua's expression darkened as he asked, "Where did the Soraka fruit come from?" Xiaoli replied, "Su Zimo of the inner sect, the one who condensed the 10th stone step on the Tao Heart Stairs 1,000 years ago and was accepted by the sect master as an in-name disciple. He obtained it in Avicii. It's him. Sword Immortal Yuhua narrowed his eyes gradually. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.